If you want to win in fantasy football, and especially best ball, and especially early best ball tournaments and dynasty, and really any form of fantasy football, you better understand the rookies. So today, myself, Erik Beimfohr, and Pat Crane are bringing you another episode of Legendary Sickos, a Spike Week and Legendary Upside collaboration where we're breaking down everything you need to know about the 2024 fantasy football rookie class. Let's do it.
1, liftoff.
All right, Pat, we've had a little break from our legendary sickos here, but perfect time, I think, to come back together for the people. I learned from you and your team a ton about Dynasty, and you guys have been putting out some awesome content on this rookie class and just kind of Dynasty rankings and everything as a whole. But also, right now has become the craziest time in the fantasy football calendar to me, where it used to be just like Dynasty and like us idiots who loved the draft when we were younger because of Madden or whatever, right? Like we loved this time. Now there are best ball tournaments out there with millions, literally millions of dollars in prizes, multiple sites having all of these tournaments. And so the rookie stuff, breaking down rookies, is so like not just beneficial, not just helpful. It's kind of table stakes now in any format of fantasy football. And we have ways that we can honestly make money and get our money in good, even in February drafts for this sport that's, happening over the fall and the winter. And I think specifically I'm excited to talk to you about, which we'll get into here in a second, is we kind of have different approaches to how we think about things from a rookie, like evaluation, or just the things that we're looking for, that maybe the data that we look at and all of that. But then we'll fast forward to the summer, and like we end up kind of being in a similar headspace on a lot of different stuff. So I find that process really fascinating because it creates this conversation where we might actually disagree a bunch on a lot of different things, but the collection of all the thoughts and the information can I think steer you into the right direction. And I do think kind of the past, and if people go back and listen to last summer's episodes, they would probably agree that we were really hitting in the right direction on everything that kind of played out in 2023 from a rookie perspective, from a young player perspective, and just from how we should think about this game. And it's really applicable right now to these rookies.
Yeah, it's kind of, first of all, it's just kind of funny to be like, here's everything you need to know about the rookie class on February 16th, before the over a week away from the combine. But this is what, best ball has really done, where, it used to be a time where, you just kind of take pride in the quiet, reflection of the rookie class. Like I'm thinking about this. No one else is thinking about this. But now you do have to think about it, because what best ball keeps teaching us, I think, is that rookies remain undervalued. And I think specifically wide receivers really remain undervalued. Late round rookie wide receivers continue to be one of the key ways that you can set yourself up for success in the playoffs. And the current best ball tournament on Underdog is, it's easier to advance through the playoffs, but I believe it's 1 out of 10 for 2 straight weeks, and then a fairly large final. So we need to be peaking a year from now. we need we're drafting teams that are going to be peaking like in almost a full calendar year. So you almost like, it's kind of crazy, but your 20th round pick, that guy doesn't play until like week 10. Like, good, like maybe that means he didn't, get hurt, didn't suffer from all the chaos that's going to occur from now till then. If you're getting guys who are actually just there for the playoffs with 19th and 20th round picks we normally don't have, that's almost like an advantage. So, or maybe it is an advantage. So I think the rookies, that's probably like the biggest reason to really have a good understanding of this rookie class. But I say that in part because this particular class is so strong and deep at wide receiver. And that's, I think, getting those lotto tickets right, or mixing up the bets enough so that you land on some of the right answer, even if you can't hit it 100%, is going to be really key, I think.
I totally agree. We'll get into this wide receiver class. I found myself ranking or thinking about some of the what I would call fringier wide receiver prospects in this class specifically, and having to take a step back and be like, my God, I would be drafting this guy on every team like 3 years ago, or what, I'm just making up a different class. There are guys here that I'm like, I don't really like, but it's because of the strength of, like, there are ancillary players that I expect that are not going to get very strong draft capital that I find like really, really appealing. It's like I said, we'll get to all that. Just quickly, I wanted to hit on, obviously, we're leading into, if you're listening to this and you have listened to this before, you get it, you understand where we're coming from. Obviously, Pat covers fantasy football across the entire spectrum, whereas Spike Week, we are really focused entirely on the best ball space. So this is going to be framed largely through the best ball lens. And everything I specifically am saying, Pat may add a little flavor that helps you from a dynasty perspective or something. I do participate in dynasty leagues, and there are players that I like here, in this class specific to dynasty, a little more so than best ball. But where I'm going to be coming from is my entire goal is to find exactly what Pat just outlined. Like, I want guys that are going to be contributing this year, specifically contributing in those money weeks, right? And so there are guys who I may even find really appealing, but they may not be targets for me in best ball drafts specifically, which is a very different thing. And I think very important actually to outline. It seems like there's not that much difference, or it seems even if there is, everyone understands it, but not so much. And we'll talk about one quarterback in specifically, I think that's getting a good amount of hype that I'm just completely not interested in. And it has a little bit to do with that best ball versus dynasty frame. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I would just say if you're curious for the dynasty stuff, I just did like a 2-hour podcast with Davis Maddock and Jacob Sanderson yesterday, Dynasty Deep Dive. I also talked with Connor Rogers a couple days ago. It's kind of a more, if you're into brevity, that's like a 45-minute pod. So we won't have you covered there. This is going to be a deeper dive. This is the deep dive best ball specific rookie pod.
But I do think, other people are probably like, Jesus, how many episodes is Pat going to record talking about these rookies?
A lot more.
But I do, more. I hope you didn't think that this was the end, because we got not a lot of different subjects to talk about, and the rookies are one of the things that are at least fun and new and fresh. But I legitimately do believe that, like, the differences between all of these games are underappreciated by, like, and at the end of the day, we're playing this because we're trying to beat other people. Like, it's fun, it's a hobby, all of that. Just like I enjoy it. I wouldn't do it if I didn't enjoy it. But at the end of the day, I'm also doing it because, like, there's money at stake. I can win money, life-changing money. Pat has obviously won life-changing money, and that's the whole goal here. And so, thinking about the just how different the rules are in these games, like you just outlined, like the advancement structure stuff, and like how much more impactful week 17 is, like that is so different from
how good a player needs to be to win you money. I think is one of the key, probably the key difference between best ball and dynasty is, like, Tyquan Thornton won me money. Okay. You don't need the player to be, obviously you'd rather have gotten Puka, Puka's the goal, but you don't need to find Puka in best ball. If you find Puka in dynasty, although the money, there's just no dynasty leagues that pay out as much as best ball leagues, but the win from the, money aside, the format specific win is a lot bigger to get Puka. You keep Puka forever. Like you have Puka now. Like you can, for free, you got this guy who's, one of the most coveted assets in the league now. So it's, the downside, if you draft Cedric Tillman in best ball, who cares? Like, yeah, it hurts. And maybe it's on a team that really could have used Puka and you have Tillman. But, from the format perspective, it's just 1 year, you move on. So I think it makes more sense to spread out your bets, especially late, and not get overly concerned about the talent eval in best ball. Although we certainly are going to have a lot of talent-based takes.
I totally agree. I think the Cedric Tillman one is more so tilting in the fact that if you were the guy that drafted David Bell like I was multiple years ago. And then you're like, okay, now I know David Bell stinks, so I can move on. So I can move on to the next guy. This is it. I found the next guy. And then you get to week 17 and David Bell has taken over the job from Cedric Tillman after they cleared the runway for Cedric Tillman by getting rid of Donovan Peoples-Jones. But that's a great example of how silly this whole game is, but also I think how fun it is. What you mentioned, so true about like, so Puka was obviously a win. He was a win in week 17. He was a win all the way around. But like you said, in Dynasty or like even non-Dynasty, like a keeper league, the value of landing that guy is so like there is nothing like it, really. There is no format where like DFS, when I play that 3K value guy, I don't get to keep him next week for $3,000. You know, I don't get to do that. Best ball at I'm probably drafting multiple teams, not even just like I don't get to keep him on that team. Like I may not get him in the next draft, right? I'm drafting like you and I are drafting hundreds or into four figures of drafts. Even if that's a priority, he's not on every single team. There's so many nuances to it. But
yeah, because that's the thing in Dynasty, you can trade. So you can actually get like you get sniped, and then you go to the guy who sniped you. You're like, what if you didn't snipe me?
Yes, best
it's
balls,
just
like, obviously,
it's so different.
Yeah, like I will never forget. I had a pretty good team in the drafters, like I think they call it the high roller or whatever. It's like a $250 entry. So kind of like their big dog or whatever from Underdog. And I was in first for much of the season, but I specifically remember that draft because it was only like a 3 entry max or something. So you can kind of remember those teams a little bit better. And I got sniped on Kyron and somebody else. I had Puka on that team, but we had reached the point in the summer where this was my whole draft strategy was I'm taking Kyron and the Rams guys in every single draft. Like most of my drafts, the last 3 picks were like Kyron, Puka, and Tutu. I'm like, okay, 67% works.
Hey, that's a good hit rate, man. When 67% are studs. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Our first round picks, literally our first round
picks. First round picks. I'll take it.
And then I draft one of my best teams in all of best ball, but I got sniped on, all along the way. Like my best running backs were, I had H-N on the team, but like Alexander Madison, like I took a falling Madison, and it was like I'm using his score every single week. But that's an example of like I love that guy. Kyron Williams ended up being my highest owned player in best ball, and you still can't get him in every draft. And like you said, I can't trade for him. There's nothing I can do, but I have him in a keeper league, not a dynasty league, but along one keeper league. You can keep each player for that 1 year at the cost you acquired them at the draft. And so we got Kyron for $1. And the value of that, especially for like zero RB bros, right? We draft with kind of some boomerish people who love their running backs. So we are very heavy on the wide receivers and such. Now the power of Kyron on that in that kind of league with that kind of draft strategy is just like so massive. Whereas that guy can be amazing. And we see this all the time in best ball, that you can be right about that rookie. And if they're not great in weeks 15, 16, and 17, particularly week 17, it's like, it's not that it doesn't matter, because it does. It absolutely matters, right? You got to get there. We all agree on all that kind of stuff. But you have multiple ways to win with those rookies in best ball versus there's kind of really 1/2 ways to win from a dynasty. And, the player value, of course, is impactful, but it's so distinctly different that that's why I really wanted to have this conversation, just because of how different it is.
It's that it's one slate. And that's the big thing. It's that it's one slate. You need the guy to show up for the fantasy playoffs. And like Tank Dell didn't show up for the fantasy playoffs, but he was an absolute smash. I mean, if you were on Tank Dell, there's universes where you won, like he's the guy. Like he was kind of just as much as Puka, the guy to have been on this past summer. And in the universe we live in, he got hurt and didn't do anything. But if we run this slate back a bunch of times, you feel really good about having been on Tank Dell. And you feel really good about having been on Tank Dell in other formats, because Tank Dell has also skyrocketed in price. But in best ball, I mean, I think that's it kind of gets back to the exposure argument in general. It's like, there's the risk tolerance matters here, and just the chaotic nature of this league makes being right harder, or like you can be right and still not get paid off because like a random injury in the wrong weeks ruins it. So I think especially this far out, it's just another reason to be like I'm actually using best ball to get a little bit more exposure to players I don't like in Dynasty. The players I'm least confident in Dynasty from a talent eval that I think will get draft capital, especially if I'm like really sure they're getting draft capital. I'm having trouble actually drafting them, but I'm telling myself to draft them because, and I think drafting them is sharp. And if you're like less opinionated about these guys, I'm they're above ADP in my ranks. So, I'm trying hard to practice what I preach. But I think, thinking about like getting good closing line value on some of these guys who are very likely to get good draft capital, maybe landing in great landing spots. Like, I don't think this is a time or a format to be like making like really hard stands of like, I think this guy stinks, I'm out. That's okay to do, but I would say the best time to do that would be like late in the summer if the price is like just gotten out of control because of additional information like landing spot and training camp hype, and you're just like, I'm just not buying this. This guy is really overpriced. As I look at the rookies now, I actually struggle to see any that are like egregiously overpriced. I think in retrospect, some will look like silly picks, but as you're building out a portfolio and you want exposure to a really interesting class, especially wide receiver, I do want to be mixing guys in. And again, it is a really interesting class because I said no one's egregiously overpriced, and we have a rookie wide receiver going in the middle of the second round.
Yeah. That is, and the flip side where I agree, no one is overpriced, but the market has decided, and I
think some people are a little overpriced.
Yes. I mean, we'll talk. We'll address some of these individual players because I'm the same thing as you. I agree with absolutely everything you said, and yet there's a couple of guys who I have drafted 0 times, and I can't do it. I can't, like I just physically can't do it because I'm probably not going to like max all these early tournaments. I'm going to draft more than I have historically because I do think that the edge is quite pronounced. But I don't
think I'm going to max the little board.
I don't also want to. It's that fine line of I don't want to be so overconfident in something I shouldn't be overconfident in, which is like I just believe the rookies are the edge. It's not like only 5 of them are the edge, so I should have more, of my exposure spread out to the whole cohort that I think is the winners. But I also think that there are edges in like, even if the NFL disagrees with me, I believe that there are edges, right? So like, I look back to Kadarius Toney as an example, or I mean, we'll go back to start dating myself, but like, remember the Christian Ponder quarterback draft class, like that kind of stuff, where I was just like, this is egregious. Like Kadarius Toney as a first round, this is egregious. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, this is egregious. Like, and I've mostly fallen for. Then I've been like, all right, the NFL knows something that I don't know. I'm going to give into it a little bit. And sometimes I don't think that that's necessarily wrong, but also I'm trying to toe this line between not necessarily I know better, but kind of I know better, just being like the NFL is imperfect as well. And they they fall for things that I don't think are necessarily the right things to fall for, certainly at the quarterback position, but as well at the wide receiver position, right? The size, speed, big play type stuff, fancy type stuff.
We got one of those.
Yes, we do. And they don't necessarily, right? The Tank Dells fall in drafts in the NFL circles as well. And the NFL whiffs, as the whole NFL whiffs, right? The Texans.
The NFL whiffed on Puka.
Yeah,
the NFL has first round pick.
I mean, Kyron Williams was one of my favorite running backs coming into his class. This is part of the reason why I still believe in this whole like thing that we're doing today, kind of breaking down these rookies, is because I do this every single year. And I was actually like, before in the big board that year, I drafted a bunch of Kyron, and you talked about how prices are going to look silly in hindsight. He was going in like the 12th round of the big board. He was like
Wow.
a top 6 or 7 running back in his class. Or I don't throwing out a number, but obviously like no running backs go before that, and no rookies. Jonathan Brooks, being kind of the highest rookie right now off a torn ACL. Kyron went, around where those guys go back then. Clearly, after the combine and everything, that looked ridiculous because he ran about a 40 that I would run right now at the combine, and he wasn't very big, and it was all
Can I
bad.
share? So I was also I was moderately into Kyron post draft. Like in the way that I took him in like deep dynasty rosters. I would grab him in the 4th round or something. And then I got back in last year, but because of the training camp hype, not because of player eval necessarily. And I am not a film scout by any means, but I do watch these guys, and I kind of like just take like little notes on them. And so here's my note from 2022 on Kyron.
Wow.
Philip Lindsay with pedigree / the pedigree obviously didn't come into play / if CEH was good.
That's a good one. That's a really good that's a really good one. We'll
pedigree
get
part. He ended up being just Philip Lindsay.
Literally Philip Lindsay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Philip Lindsay was more relevant early in his NFL career, as a matter of fact. So Philip Lindsay developed more pedigree quickly in the NFL than.
Well, then the lack of pedigree hurt.
They
went out on his own.
Their career arcs are quite funny. One at a smaller school, one at Notre Dame, both insanely productive. And then they come in the NFL, the opposite of how you would think, right? Smaller school, tiny little guy pops immediately. And the big school Notre Dame guy with crazy production does nothing and then becomes a 1st-round pick. Wild how that worked. But we'll get into all that, but kind of a good segue into, I know we're intro 20 minutes in, but kind of the intro to the players. I just briefly wanted to talk about like how, like, I get this question sometimes, or I see people talking about this where they're like, I'm really interested in kind of the rookies, and digging into whether it is the data or film or whatever, some form of evaluation of these players. But like, how do you decide what you care about? Like, are you grinding all 22 film, of that kind of stuff? And everybody has a different answer. And this is what I love about this part, is that there is no right or wrong way to evaluate these players. I have my preference. You have your preference. Tons of other smart people out there have their preferences, but I've kind of honed in on something over the course of the last few years, really tried to be critical of my own process and find out where I thought my flaws were. And I think I've actually started to simplify as opposed to I was continually adding things over the course of years, trying to gather more information. And what it did was, I think this happens a lot to a lot of people, but it definitely happened to me. It's kind of paralysis by analysis type of a situation where there is so much data out there. There's so many smart people. There's so many people grinding film. There's so many people slicing and dicing the data. So it's one thing to just have the data, but then I'm looking at Twitter, right? We all follow a lot of the same people, and it's EPA for the quarterbacks on their first read, depending upon what quadrant of the field the ball is being thrown to. Right. And it's like, that's interesting. It's cool to look at, but I would find myself being like, oh my God, this guy can't throw short left. And all his EPA is middle deep. And it's like,
guess what? He's also 240 pounds and he runs a lot. Okay. Stop fading Anthony Richardson. It doesn't matter. He can't show short left. He's going to run short left.
Yes, exactly. This is all right. This is the kind of stuff. Or remember Justin Fields, the conversations about Justin Fields being like, he's huge. He's fast as hell, but he doesn't run. The whole conversation was like, you're drafting him like he's a runner, but he doesn't run. And it was just like, yeah, but he's 6'4", 240 and runs a 4.3. Like, I think he'll run enough in the NFL.
The Fields one's interesting because he almost ran because he sort of flopped. Like it was like, it was an interesting thing where the size and the athleticism and the mobility, but not a pure runner. He had an out to a pure runner if he wasn't good enough as a passer. But if he was a better passer, he would be more of like a Josh Allen, and then we'd be psyched too. So I was not high enough on Fields coming out, even though Fields hasn't hit in the biggest way. I think in retrospect, just clearly not high enough on him coming out.
Yeah, I think so. And I think all these are just specific. Like, I don't actually really care about Justin Fields. I don't care about the specifics. But what for my process, and I've written a little bit about this, and I would recommend anybody go to spikeweek.com and read a couple in particular articles. That there's one that I would probably phrase as my main kind of synopsis of how I'm viewing really all player evaluation, but specifically rookies. And I kind of frame it as the Moneyball approach, right? So anybody that's seen them, of course, the book is I would read the book as well, but the movie, with Brad Pitt and Jonah Hill, Brad Pitt's playing Billy Beane, the GM of the Oakland A's, and they're they're at this point of the season, like we are right now. And they're the Oakland Athletics. They are the poorest team in all of baseball, and they stumbled their way into a really good team the year before. They had Jason Giambi, the runner-up for the MVP, one of the best hitters in baseball. But of course, when you're poor, you can't afford to pay Jason Giambi because the Yankees are coming to town, and they're going to scoop up Jason Giambi, right? So they're sitting around their table, like Pat and I are, and they got all their scouts in there, and they're trying to figure out, like, how do we replace Giambi? And they have a payroll of like 30 million, and Giambi was going to like make more than that himself, like you can't, right? You can't replace it. And all the scouts are talking about like all these guys, right? His swing, his swing plane and his size and how he looks in the weight room and like his, what he's thinking about when he's at the plate and where, who his dad is and all this bullshit. Right. And they get down to it. And Billy Beane, Brad Pitt just says, like, I don't care about it. Like, I don't care about any of these guys. I don't care about any of this that you're talking about. And he brings up Jeremy Giambi, Jason's brother, and all the scouts in the room are just like, oh my, you can't be serious, right? They're like, he loves Vegas, man. They're like, he loves to go party in Vegas. And they're like, he's gotten in some trouble often. He likes to have a little fun. They're like, I think he's getting a little extra pounds in the waist or whatever. And he's like, I don't care. Do you know why I don't care? And he points to Jonah Hill, and Jonah Hill says he gets on base, right? And he's like, all we give a shit about is that you get on base. I don't care that you gained a couple pounds in your waist, right? They bring up other guys, right? I don't care he's gotten older. I don't care about this. Does he get on base? All the other shit, it's not that it doesn't matter. And this is what I felt about prospects, right? It's not that it doesn't matter that Anthony Richardson can't complete a swing pass to his left. It matters. It's just, right. I don't have any idea conceptually for the game we're playing, which is best ball here or dynasty or whatever. I don't have any way to understand how much all of the intangible stuff or the like really minuscule slicing of small sample data, like I don't have any idea how much that matters. What I do know is at the end of the day, if I can determine he can get on base, aka he can play, right?
Yeah.
We found out that Tank Dell can play. It does not matter that he's 5'9" and 160 pounds. Doesn't matter because he can play football, right? It doesn't matter that Kyron Williams runs a 4.8 40 because the team trusts him to get on the field and earn all of that work. He can play. He gets on base. And so the hard part is, of course, determining what is the definition of getting on base. Right. That's the very most difficult part. But I want to I'm constantly reminding myself, right? We'll talk about some of these guys, the JJ McCarthys and the Keon Colemans and the AD Mitchells. And so we'll talk about those guys because it's like when I see big, fast, makes big plays, McCarthy can run, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, but like, he has never gotten on base in college. You know what I mean? And so like, you can tell me all the other stuff and it may matter. And he may be great. He may be the next Josh Allen that sucked ass in college, but I don't want to bet on the guys who've never gotten on base to all of a sudden get on base in the NFL at the highest level. That's when you're going to turn it on. That's the toughest thing for me. And so that's just like where I come from, right? From a line of thinking, like if you can't, to some certain extent, kind of dominate the college game, how are you going to do it in the NFL? Is like generally where I'm come from, and I like to use the he gets on base type of methodology because it clicks for me.
Quickly, because we gotta start talking to these rookies, but I'll say a couple things on kind of my process stuff. One, So one thing I find really helpful is to tier these guys. And so not to get like so caught up, like, cause I'll get caught up in the weeds on various things, but then ultimately producing an end product that's like a tier. And I'll tier them generally kind of from a dynasty perspective, and then I'll translate that into best ball terms. But like, this guy's an early first round quality rookie pick. This guy's like the kind of the locked in 101 level rookie pick. This guy's a late first. This guy's a second. This guy's a third, right? Like, that's how I tier these guys out. And, or, you know, he's a flyer or a fourth round pick, depending on how deep I want to go. And I think that tier really helps you like avoid making kind of like overly aggressive stances between guys who are pretty close in your eval. The other thing, sometimes I'll like fiddle with the inputs a little bit, be like, what if this guy was a third round pick instead of a fourth round pick? Does that like drastically affect my eval on this guy? Because it probably shouldn't, but when you're looking at the stats a lot, like I am, certain things like that, you know, the third round picks have really outperformed the fourth round picks. And so it looks like there's this massive difference, but there probably is not. I mean, there's not that much of a difference, you know, between a couple picks in the NFL draft, right? So there's some, but maybe not as much as the history might tell you. So I'll kind of like mess with that and try to be like a little bit more open-minded than, you know, if I'm crunching the numbers. There's nothing open-minded about you know, model outputs. So I try to kind of bring some of that to it. The other thing I would say is, like, if you're not a big college football guy, and you're much more of a college football guy than me, Erik, but if you're listening, you're not really that much of a college football guy, I'm team go watch the highlights. You know, I think there's like a big,
I agree.
You know, like there's a lot of, dare I say, a little snootiness in the community about highlights versus, you know, all 22. You got to sit down, you got to grind the all 22. If you're not watching the 2-yard runs, are you even watching tape? No, don't watch the 2-yard runs. I don't care. I have limited time. I want to see what this guy does well, right? I want to see, because, and honestly, like, sometimes you're watching highlights and you're like, I would feel better if this was the all-22 and not not selected plays designed to make me like this guy, because I'm having trouble getting on board.
It sounds like this whole running back class. That's what you go watch the highlights on this running back class, and you're like, Jesus, he is slow. How did he have 1,400 yards? Like,
I know,
what is happening?
I heard Jalen Wright. Someone was talking about Jalen Wright, and I was like, oh, I need to dive into him a bit more. And then the first, like, on the highlights, he like ran into like his blocker at the goal line. It was like the second play. I was like, oh, I don't know. Yep. Maybe there's a reason this guy doesn't pop at all for me statistically. Yeah, the running. But I think you want to be able to familiarize yourself with the archetype of player. Like, if you're not going to grind the tape, I don't grind the tape, so I don't see why you should have to. You certainly, if you want to, I mean, I think there's value, but it's you know, it's time consuming. So I would, you know, I would say getting the highlights. First of all, it's fun to watch the highlights. I would recommend, there's the one where it's like, I think it's Sick Edits, where they like tend to do like the catch, and then like they show the catch from the other angle, and then like it shows like the guy walking on the sideline. Like, that's not what I'm. Those aren't my favorite. I want like the
it
full
doesn't need
play.
to be a movie trailer. Yeah, I
don't give me a movie trailer. Yeah. I want the full play. I want to act like, you know, I'm watching the highlights of this guy's season as if I'm watching football.
Not a trailer. I want Spark
Notes.
Yeah.
Spark Notes, not a trailer. Yeah. So some are better than others, but I mean, I think it's important to understand, like, you know, you watch Troy Franklin and they're like, man, this guy's going to excel. He accelerates really well. He's going to test well. He's got really nice long speed. So I think the combine might be helpful, except he looks very, very skinny. He looks really skinny.
And so that's been lifting. I hope he's been lifting.
I hope you've been lifting, bro. Yeah. So that gives you, you know, I think it also informs you, like, okay, what are we betting on if we're taking this guy now? We're betting that he crushes the combine because he's super fast, and then he shows up, you know, heavier than 179. We need him at least in the 180s, ideally like 190, please. But, you know, also maybe you're just like, I'm out on this. I get that he's fast, and I get that he's productive, and I get that he's an underclassman, but this dude's a really skinny guy, and I think maybe that's going to take a couple years to develop, and maybe he's not the best ball pick. So anyway, I think getting some context of like what these guys actually look like when they're playing is important, even if you're not going to grind the tape.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, the gatekeeping around what you have to do to evaluate stuff is it's all silly from all angles. I am pro pull in whatever information you prefer. You can absolutely glean things from the highlights. You do not need to go in, like you said.
Yeah,
I don't
fun,
need to
by the
watch.
way.
I don't.
Enjoy it.
Yes, I'm having fun, and I'm trying to do this for a living. So if you're just doing this as a hobby, I think it's okay for you to have fun. But I don't need to see a bunch of. Yeah,
you couldn't even see all the players on the field. What do you know?
What do you know? I don't care about those 4 2-yard Kamani Vidal runs against Southern Miss. Like, that's not gonna change my evaluation here. But when I see his highlight and I'm like, which guy am I watching? Like, whose highlight is this?
Yeah,
like that. Those kinds of things do become concerning, and it sounds really like silly, but it is. Like, go watch. Like, seriously, go watch the Troy Franklin highlights, and you're like, Jesus, like, this dude is making plays. He looks like he's playing a different sport than these other guys. And despite the fact that he is frail, he does make plays all over the field. He does play inside, and this is more data, right? He does play inside enough, like 20%. He moves around a little bit. He wasn't just this stationary boundary guy running go routes, Marvin Mims, all the time, right? He was moving around, making plays. Does he have concerns? Sure, but you can see, like you said, like, dude, watch a 3-minute highlight tape of Troy Franklin. You have an idea of the archetype player that he is.
Yes.
You want to get deeper. But the data can tell you, can kind of fill in the gaps then for you from that point on, if you don't want to do anything more than that.
Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
And like, the other thing is that we listen to other people, and one thing on the highlights is that we are looking for these guys to be performing at their best. We want to know, when this guy's crushing, what does it look like? What does he do well? I do think, that is going to create some holes for you. But like, Jacob Sanderson was on the pod yesterday, and he was talking about how he actually is a little bit worried about Jonathon Brooks at the goal line, because when he actually did do a tape study on him, he was seeing him get stuffed at the goal line. He's not the biggest guy. He's listed at 207. He was taking the under there on the weight. And I think that's helpful for me. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of going to be a blind spot that I have on Jonathon Brooks, because I wasn't watching him get stuffed at the goal line.
Right.
So just be aware of, like, the blind spots you're creating if you have a process that's not literally, I mean, because like, if you can go Dane Brugler, like Dane Brugler goes like year round, like as soon as he finishes the Beast, which will be out, I think, pretty soon, he's going to start the next Beast. Like, this dude is like, that's all he does. So, I mean, there's literally, kind of endless time that you can put into this. But we all have limited time, and we were doing, primarily NFL analysis. So, I think you almost have to create blind spots, unless you're going to just like make this your whole thing. But you can just read Dane's stuff and have your own blind spots in your process.
And that's the other thing, exactly, to close that out and segue into the quarterbacks. It's like understanding, like, why did I develop this Moneyball process that I have? Is I have limited time. I can't even can't grind the tape of every single. But Dane Brugler probably has guys where he's like, I wish I could have had a little bit more. Like, I wish I could have done this a little bit. And he's, like you said, every waking fiber of his
finds out, like, he finds out these guys were like, champion skiers in high school and stuff. Like, he goes so deep.
He knows what the 6th round pick ate at 5th grade lunch or whatever. Like, it's insane. And he probably
big Chipwich guy.
Yeah, exactly. He loved that crappy pizza, the really flat, that looked like a flatbread, but it was really, really disgusting.
It's a red flag.
Elementary school. Yeah, exactly. The kid liked that. So he was like, we're moving him from a 5th rounder to a 7th rounder. But like, he knows all that. And he still probably feels like, God, there's some things I wish I could have gotten more, but you just run out of time. So think about that for us, and think about that if you're listening to this. So like, for me, I'm focusing in on, I know I'm never going to get to everything. I'm trying to focus in on the things that I think are the most impactful, that can help me find the players who do become that guy, that are changing my life in best ball drafts, right? And then there are guys that I'm going to draft from a dynasty lens that I'm probably not going to draft in best ball, and vice versa. I'll draft some guys from a best ball perspective that, like, I don't know, they're okay in dynasty, but I'm much more attracted to a different archetype of a player in dynasty or whatever, right? It's all very different. And so,
so one other thing I just came out, and I think this is important with the post Kyren in the Kyren discourse. Athleticism is something that we're going to start to pay a lot of attention to with the combine and everything. Athleticism is a reason to be, skeptical of guys with great production, because, maybe it's not going to translate to the next level up. But I think that this is another place where you really want to focus on tiering, right? Like guys who are significantly below average athletes are not, there's no tier below that. There's no tier that's like Pat, there's no Pat level tier of like this guy. Somehow Pat got out there and put up like 2,000 yards at Notre Dame or whatever. Like, no, Pat can't do that. That's not, there's just guys who were actually productive in college can only kind of be so bad as athletes. And, even if they completely bomb the combine or whatever, you kind of want to, you don't want to like create a new tier that's like 100% for a fact cannot play in the NFL, which is kind of where Kyren, you would be tempted to put Kyren in that tier because he was so unathletic coming in, but that's not the way to do it, because those combine drills are only telling us limited amount of information, and it's time stamped. It's a one-time thing. And the production that this guy put up at a big school told us another thing. And that was actually what proved to be correct. I mean, is Kyren the most athletic guy? No, he isn't, but he's overcoming that. And we were given signs that he could overcome that through his college production. On the flip side, there is no tier above super good athlete. There's no God tier. And
there's no human running a 3.740 or whatever, right? Like that.
But we see people get put, Jelani Woods got put in the God tier. He was going really high in dynasty drafts mostly. But, it was like, dude, this guy is the most athletic person on the planet. And it's like, he's very athletic, but there's athleticism can unlock production that we didn't see at the college level, but it can't, it's like, it doesn't on its own, it is still not enough. You're going to need the guy to have NFL level skills. So it's a reason to be open-minded about non-productive players. It's a reason to get even more excited about productive players.
Yes. And
it's a reason to temper your expectations if it's not there on productive players. Right. And it's a reason to be like, well, if you weren't productive and you're not athletic, maybe, I'm going to need a lot to get on board here. But I do think, talking about the tiering before, athleticism is another place where I see like, the RAS scores are going to come out and someone's going to have, a 9.96 and then someone else is going to have a 9.3 and everyone's going to be like, well, fuck the 9.3 guy. That guy. He didn't have a 9.96. I mean, that's the athlete. Like, no, these are both elite athletes. That's the correct, in my opinion, that's correct response to that. Both these guys have elite athleticism. Now, that conversation's kind of over. That's good. Let's look at what else. Let's look at what other information we have that, is going to help us dial in whether or not they're going to be able to translate that athleticism to football playmaking at the NFL level.
Totally agree. The other thing I will add is I would argue a majority, but certainly some of the skills that are required to be good at the game of football at the NFL level are very much not tested at the combine or tested or even able to be tested in any real. I mean, anything can technically, we can put data to technically anything, as we see with PFF grades and all that kind of stuff. But right. So like a big one for me, again, and not to keep using the Kyren one, but he just happens to be people. If you get sick of it, I apologize. He just happens to fit this framework of a lot of these. So use him as an example for future guys to draw some conclusions from. We're not trying to find the next Kyren, but he did some of these things specific. So did Tank Dell, so did Puka Nacua, where Kyren, as an example, I think the number one thing that I focus on from a running back perspective, which we'll get to, I want to talk quarterbacks first, but from a running back perspective is pass game, being able to play in the pass game. But I don't need you to be Christian McCaffrey, or I don't need you to be Jahmyr Gibbs. Certainly that's nice, right? That's like the guy is a elite level athlete is what Gibbs and CMC can bring in the passing game. Kyren can't do that. But he brought a lot in the passing game as a receiver at Notre Dame. And then specifically, they can pass protect, right?
Yeah,
and they don't measure pass protection at the combine. But why was Leonard Fournette taking the job everywhere he went? And we hated it for years. Why is Samaje Perine still out there playing football in the NFL at this time? Why is Zeke still out there playing football? Because look, we know we're not going to get much juice from them in the running game, but they're going to be in the right places. They know protections, and they're going to keep. They're not going to get our quarterback killed. And when it's check down time, he's going to catch it and he's going to get yards that he needs to get. And those things are not sexy and are never ever going to show up on in the combine or any sort of athletic testing measurables. But in the game of football, that's hugely important. Not only is it hugely important to the success for you and your team while on the field, it's hugely important from a fantasy lens because that's how you earn the trust of your coaches. And that's how you earn your way onto the field in the most important times when you can then score fantasy points, right? I don't actually think Kyren Williams is some star talent. He's fine. He's probably better than people thought he was, certainly, because they really dunked on him from the measurables. I think he's kind of a pretty fun little elusive runner. He does some stuff despite his size as a runner that's pretty impressive. I thought the Ravens game, especially this past year, was like really, really impressive.
He accelerates pretty well.
And he does that bullshit cliche stuff like falls forward, gets extra yards, all that. He does do some of that. Now, he doesn't get the extra yards like Brees does that and then runs for 60, right? And that's why Brees is in a very different tier than Kyren. But doing all that little shit is how you get on the field and how you earn fantasy points. And like, I can write till the cows come home about how great of a runner whoever is, but if he can't keep his quarterback off the ground, he can't catch the ball or whatever, like, sorry, not to do it to you, but sorry, Rojo, like, I think you're a better. All right,
let's get to these prospects. We're so deep now. You're insulting Rojo. Rojo's catching strays. Let's talk quarterbacks, please.
You did, yeah. I'm sure we'll catch some more. We'll catch some more strays during the course of this show. All right, let's talk quarterbacks. This is also probably a little bit quicker one. It is for me. I'm just curious.
Don't promise brevity. Don't make promises you can't keep.
There is no such thing. We'll be an hour later still talking about 3 quarterbacks. In this class, I will say it's pretty interesting because we have somewhere between 1 and 3 elite quarterback prospects, depending upon how different people view it. And like maybe another emerging one, maybe 2 more that are really highly intriguing. But I think it kind of obviously all starts with Caleb Williams and that top tier. For me, from a fantasy lens and a best ball lens, I actually have all of the big 3 pretty darn close together. So that would include Jayden Daniels alongside Caleb Williams and Drake Maye. So let's just talk about those 3 guys first, because I imagine as you've talked about tiering, you may have them in different tiers, but I imagine they're all in a separate tier from the McCarthy, Bo Nix, Michael Penix, Spencer Rattler, and all of that. So how are you kind of approaching those 3 guys from your general thoughts on them? And then like, how are you attacking them in drafts?
So my general thoughts, and people will be familiar with it, I've kind of been talking this up a lot, is that I don't really get why Drake Maye isn't in the conversation for number 1 overall in this class. I think it's a really, really strong real life prospect, but also a really strong fantasy quarterback prospect. He's got size. He's 230 pounds. He's got a really strong arm. He's aggressive. He hit big time deep throws at a really high rate, which is something that I really like to look at. That's one of the reasons I was in on Anthony Richardson. It's like, hey, this guy's actually a good deep passer. But Maye's a much better deep passer than even Richardson. He's not going to run like Richardson, but you mentioned Justin Fields. Maye has very similar rushing numbers to Justin Fields coming in. And I don't think that Maye is going to be, well, he's not going to be as athletic and as fast as Fields, I don't think. But, he is skilled at picking up first downs with his legs. Dane Brugler was just talking about how he had like an absurd rate of picking up first downs, like on 3rd and 4th down with his legs. So he, just kind of that move the chains scrambling ability. He was a willing scrambler from a clean pocket as well, which is something I like to look at for fantasy because we want these guys to be looking to scramble. And Kevin Cole has done research that scrambling is actually pretty sticky. The guys who try to scramble, continue to try to scramble at the next level. And that's great for us since rushing matters so much. So, if you've got a guy who's aggressive downfield and can do it and likes to scramble and pick up yards with his legs and is 230 pounds and should run for some touchdowns, which he did consistently in college, sign me up. And the market is like, I don't know, if he falls to pick 150, I guess. Okay, cool. I'm just going to draft a ton of Drake Maye. And this is like, we talk about, spreading out our bets. This is not a bet I'm going to spread out. This is a bet. This is a spot I'm going to attack aggressively because the draft capital is locked in. And by locked in, I don't mean that he's definitely going to go number 2. He could fall, but he could fall to like 5th or 8th. Oh, like boo-hoo. Like, I don't care if he's the 8th overall pick. He's going to land as a franchise quarterback. He's probably going to have better weapons if he falls than if he goes number 2, where he's really just got Terry McLaurin. I'm not a big Dotson guy, but the weapons might, like, what if the Falcons trade up for him and he's got London, Pitts, Bijan? Like, that's more exciting, not less. I mean, they have a good offensive line. Like, so there are no real downside scenarios other than the Patriots at 3, which is a concern, but not, I don't think enough of a concern to be like taking a 40 pick discount from Caleb Williams in best ball drafts right now. So, because odds are that doesn't even happen. Odds are he goes to the Commanders at 2, which I think is a perfectly fine landing spot. I don't love Cliff Kingsbury. I think he's a donkey, but he's going to design a pretty good running game, and they're going to pass enough, and we're going to be, I think, pretty happy with what we get out of Drake Maye this year if he goes to the Commanders. So that's like my big take, is that Drake Maye should be going right next to Caleb Williams. But he's not. So I'm just drafting a ton of them. I think Jayden Daniels, he's going a little bit after Caleb Williams. I think that makes sense. He scares me a little bit. Is like this dude who didn't really come on until, as far as like the draft eval stuff, he was not expected to be a first round pick like a few months ago. Mm-hmm. And now he's going to be the number 3 overall pick. He's an older prospect. He's a rusher. So I like that. I mean, he's a really strong rushing prospect, but he's undersized. And so I'm just like, I'm a little bit nervous about the fact that he looks the most likely to go to the Patriots with no weapons, not a good offensive line. The coaching actually looks like maybe it'll be okay, but it's not like a great setup. I mean, it's such a bad setup that thoughts are that the Patriots might basically just punt on quarterback so as not to ruin someone. I mean, it's a legitimately bad setup. So, if you're out on Drake Maye partially because you're worried he goes to the Patriots, I kind of get it. But Daniels is the one who's most likely to go there. And yeah, I mean, I think there's some downside worry with him, but I am trying to mix him in as well, just because you're going to get a guy who also has really strong draft capital, who's a rusher, and can obviously put up points that way. And then Caleb Williams is just like, I'm kind of just following the market here. I don't think he's like an elite prospect personally, but I think he's a very strong prospect, and I don't think he's overpriced. And so I am drafting him. I'm not like hammering him, but I am drafting.
That's almost my sentiment around the quarterback position as a whole. In best ball draft specifically, probably would be the same in any other format, where in these current best ball tournaments, that group of 3 specifically is kind of a linchpin for how I'm approaching drafts. They make, if you really want to punt off quarterback and like take 2 of these guys, go for it. If you can find a way to take all 3, I don't even think that that's bad. If you want to pair them with an elite quarterback, I think that they fit just about everything. The price is not prohibitive on any of these guys. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's honestly kind of shocking how cheap they are given the general sentiment around the community. Like we haven't had a trio of rookie quarterbacks where it was like, yeah, I mean, they could go 1, 2, 3. Everybody's convinced that they're generally
we haven't burned us. I think is part. It was Lance, Fields, Lawrence, and Zach Wilson. And and that class was not nearly as good as we were led to believe. And so I think that taste is still in. We're talking about hardcore drafters here, so a lot of the drafters right now probably got burned by that class a little bit. And I think
you think listeners to this got burned by Trey Lance. I find that hard to believe. I can't imagine anybody that listens to this got burned. Not 2 years in a row.
No, definitely not.
Jesus Christ. Third string Dallas Cowboys quarterback. What a waste of money that guy was. But it is funny though, the parallels to that class I think are it's just more fun to talk about than actionable. But I have always kind of felt that Caleb Williams reminds me a little bit, not like how he plays or anything like that, to Trevor Lawrence, where it was like we crowned that dude. We crowned Caleb Williams the next like as soon as Caleb, like it was like he took over for Spencer Rattler partway through the season at Oklahoma, and like from that point forward, it was like, okay, he's the number 1 pick, right? Whenever he's eligible, he's the number 1 pick. He follows Lincoln Riley out to USC, puts up monster numbers right away, and everybody just like, no more. I don't need to see any more, right? They watched the highlight tape, but I've watched his highlight tape. We've moved on. I know that Caleb is awesome. And like you said, I'm drafting him. So this is really just me nitpicking. I never saw that level of superstardom. And a little bit of it is probably me subconsciously holding how bad USC was while he was there against him. And I try not to do that because my favorite wide receiver at cost went to Northwestern and Virginia and won like 6 total games or something like that. So like I shouldn't hold too much against Caleb, but it is a little different for a quarterback. And if he's truly like Lawrence did win like crazy, right? And yet Lawrence came in and he's still to this point, like I actually find Lawrence, we'll probably talk plenty about him over the course of the next 6 months or so, because I find him to be a difficult evaluation for 2024, where I'm like, at what point do I just say, maybe this guy isn't that good and the name brand is really what's holding him on? And Caleb has certainly not reached that point. He hasn't played a snap in the NFL, but I never quite saw that leap to distance himself from these other guys to the extent that I thought that I would see it. It felt more like he went full wannabe Mahomes kind of on a bad team. Like, I'm going to hold the ball a lot. I'm going to try to hit a ton of big plays. He didn't really run, but he would run around kind of like Mahomes does.
Yeah.
And it was like a little more backyard football, which is fine. But I never totally saw like, all right, this dude is just locked the hell in. Whereas actually with Jayden Daniels, I think he's viewed as the guy who just runs like crazy, right? He's not really a quarterback. I thought within structure that Jayden Daniels was awesome. Now, he had awesome talent around him, specifically Malik Nabers and, well, really just those two, Malik Nabers and Brian Thomas. But I think that the way he played this year, I totally get the concerns, certainly with him and Bo Nix as well about like they never really been very good going throughout the course of their college career. But I think we did the inverse with them, specifically Daniels. He started as a true freshman at Arizona State. This was the Herm Edwards Arizona State teams for anybody that doesn't know. Yes, that Herm Edwards. They brought that guy in. He couldn't win. They've since moved on. And Jayden Daniels struggled as an 18-year-old freshman in the Pac-12, right, on a bad team, on a bad Arizona State team. Played for, what I believe, 3 years there and goes to LSU for the final 2. He actually started to show a little bit like Burrow did at LSU, started to show his second to last year. You're like, okay, he's definitely better. Okay, he has improved. How much? I don't know. It's interesting, but it's not like first-round pick interesting. And then the final year, you're like, oh my God, is this guy the best quarterback in the country? Like, is he better than Caleb Williams? And I don't think it was just like from a fantasy lens. I think as a passer, he was exceptionally impressive, which I think was the big thing. And we do this thing with guys like him. And then with Caleb on the flip side and Lawrence, where when they break out early, and maybe they were supposed to be, they're a 5-star recruit, right? They break out early, we crown them. And we kind of leave them on that we leave the crown on top of their head for the next 3 years. And like, whether we see real improvement or not, we kind of don't care. But then the guys like Daniels and Bo Nix that honestly suck, even though we can come up with reasons why they might have sucked, right? Bo Nix came into not a great situation in Auburn, true freshman, probably not ready to play in the freaking SEC. Like these guys weren't ready and they didn't really perform well. And it took time for them to learn how to play at that level. And then growth is not linear. And so we do this thing where we write them off and we hold it against them that they were not good at age 19 because someone else was good. But just because someone else was good at age 19 doesn't mean that I can't become good at age 22. My path can be different than other people's path. That doesn't mean it's not like a red flag or it's not something we need to discuss. But I think generally speaking, the market often holds that against those players, but then doesn't do it on the inverse, right? It's like, oh, Caleb broke out early, but he never really got better, right? Trevor Lawrence broke out early, but he never really got better. But we don't hold that against them, and we will hold it against the guy who maybe wasn't good right away. And so like Braylon Allen is the running back version of that for me. Is like, holy shit, he broke out at, as like a freaking high schooler, basically playing at Wisconsin, looks impressive and gets worse over the course of his college career to the point where he becomes a committee back as in his final year to freaking Chaz Malusi. Like, and what people are still drafting him, quite highly and very excited about him. And so that's just like
Davis was saying he's his favorite guy.
That's insane. That's insane. I mean, looks like
we gotta
Tarzan.
get you two on a pod. The Braylon Allen debates.
Yeah, looks like Tarzan. I'm sure that yeah. Anyway, we'll talk.
That's
about
never swayed Davis once.
Yeah, exactly.
A 19-year-old Tarzan, Davis Maddock is into him. Weird.
Yeah, he ran for 1,000 yards in the Big Ten at age. His parents had to sign the permission slip or whatever for him to play because he was so young. So there's nothing that was ever going to change Davis's mind from that point forward. But I just think to sum up those superstar quarterbacks, I don't actually have a mega strong take. I'm concerned about Jayden Daniels' run style, not run amount.
The style is a little concerning.
That's like the only thing out of the top three guys that I really have like true concerns on that's going to keep me from drafting anybody, and it's not with Daniels because me, I'll draft whatever if they run. I think he might be one of the best runners we've seen come in since Lamar, et cetera. But he's got to learn how to protect himself or he's going to fall the same route as Anthony Richardson. Like I feel like he's Anthony Richardson but can throw minus 60 pounds or whatever, or however much. Richardson
but the 60 pounds was part of it. That's part of why we were excited.
It's a big deal. Yes, it's a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely a tough one. But I think basically my thing with Daniels is that I'm going to nervously draft him because he is going to run. He's going to play right away. And the other, I think, although I don't love that he's a later guy, a later career guy, an older prospect, I do think that when we talk about what are we looking for at the different positions, it changes. At wide receiver, I think the youth factor is so much more important than any of the other positions. And I think the reason for that is that we're looking for guys who are going to not just get on the field, but actually outperform other really talented wide receivers on their same team who are running routes on the same play that they are. And our player is going to get the ball over those players. And in order to, and then do so at such a rate that they're going to, stand out above all the other good players who are earning the most targets on their teams. So it's like a very high bar of talent. And you're looking for guys who basically flash elite talent at a young age. And, this is kind of the easiest box, the kind of the ideal, the Marvin Harrison, you want him to be the son of a Hall of Fame wide receiver and crush at Ohio State immediately, have scouts looking at him instead of another first round wide receiver when they go scout in 2023, that is the ideal because you want them to come on the field and immediately be superstars at a position where there's a lot of competition for the football on every single play. When you talk about competition for the football, that also exists at tight end, but tight end is such a, it's such a unique position, and there's only one tight end usually who's out on the field, and the bar is so low for what even counts for production at tight end that it's like if a guy can do the whole package and get himself out there on the field, I'm more forgiving because, it's just a lower bar position. There is no competition really for the football at running back. They hand the ball to the guy, or, for receiving, we care a little bit more, but there's like, I think if I'm looking at a fifth year running back who, I think is pretty good, but not great, but he's going to land in a good situation, then we care about that guy because he's going to, the touches are going to fall in his lap a little bit more. At quarterback, they hike it to this dude, and there's only 32 guys who are out like that. There's an extremely, low bar for what counts. If a team is going to install you as the guy, you are the guy. There's no worry that, obviously there's bench risk. We need to factor that in to some degree, but basically, all this to say, if Jayden Daniels is drafted number 3 overall, he will be starting in the fantasy playoffs. That's a fact. He just will, unless he's hurt, which is a concern with the running style. But it's like, that is, we don't have to be so concerned about like late breakout and all that stuff, especially for best ball. I think you want to be more concerned about that stuff for dynasty, where we're thinking about what does Jayden look like 2-3 years down the line. This year, we can feel very confident that he will be starting probably the whole season, but definitely down the stretch. And he's going to run, and he probably runs more between the 20s than around the goal line, but he's going to run it's going to be very fun when he runs between the 20s. So I think we want to be, there's maybe like a Trey Lance concern depending on where he goes, but Trey Lance had to go behind Jimmy. Like Trey Lance would have crushed as a rookie had he just not landed behind Jimmy G. The fact that he's not an NFL level starter wouldn't have mattered had he been in the right situation, because the draft capital, they would have felt compelled to put him out there in a way they never really had to, because they had Garoppolo and then they ended up with Purdy. So that's like, it's a worst case scenario that we just saw play out, but it's going to be very uncommon once the draft capital is there. And I guess it'd be an argument to be at least considering JJ McCarthy, although I am not really considering him that strongly, because I don't think his skill set is very fantasy friendly. And as of right now, I'm like, are we going to see him start for the full year? But I will say, I mean, JJ McCarthy, things are trending towards him going pretty high, likely landing with like a Vikings or a Broncos or like a Raiders, where, especially if it's the Broncos, like he could start the whole season. And I do think we want to be at least open-minded to, like, if something like that plays out, then, as a sort of a last round guy, he should at least be on the radar. But I'm getting the sense you're not that into him kind of from a profile perspective.
No, he is the epitome of what I tangented about with getting on base. And some people would, argue the opposite. I mean, he won a national championship. He was, I don't even know how to describe it. Within the confines of a Michigan offense, he was fine. And so people will, give him credit for just being a cog in the wheel of this big Michigan, run heavy offense and lean on your defense. And I think those guys are like the epitome of kind of a trap. Like, if he was so good at Michigan, you don't like, even Harbaugh, it can't be so dumb as to basically hide him for the majority of his career as a passer.
He's about to do it to Justin Herbert.
I was just gonna say we're gonna find out. We're gonna find that out here pretty quick, because he's got somebody a lot better than JJ McCarthy, and he might hide that. He might hide that dude too. But I just think that generally speaking, he's the kind of guy I would rather. It's almost this simple. I understand, right? This is me. This is a terrible comp. I'm not Brad Pitt. I'm Jonah Hill. Okay, in this example, because I can never be comped to Brad Pitt. I'm not that good.
My
looking.
Brad Pitt, no.
Yeah, apparently, you're
Does that mean
you're the old scouts sitting around me. We'll have to recruit
Oh,
somebody
God
else.
damn it!
We got to recruit somebody
more
else
accurate.
to come play Brad Pitt. You're the guy that says something about Fabio. Who's Fabio or whatever, the old guy that's got, like hearing aid. But so like I'm Jonah Hill in that situation, and the other scouts are like, no, he looks good, right? He does. Big, athletic, strong arm, won at Michigan. Like he has all of the cliche things that you like get the old school scouting community to like a guy. And then I just go but like he's never shown me he can get on base. And so I would rather lose fading that guy than chase the archetype of a player that has never really won, right? Like, because even like Josh Allen is the kind of epitome of this, where like really wasn't very good in college, but like he didn't even win. And he was like just a total unicorn, right? Like we have really never seen a Josh Allen just emerge into NFL superstardom. Because like even like Mahomes or whatever, like dominant college player, just didn't win a lot. Shout out Cliff. Like didn't win a lot, but was throwing for 600 yards some weeks in college. Like he was totally dominant. We haven't ever really seen these guys come out of nowhere as average at best producers in college to be like, and again, not just get a job, right? Kenny Pickett has had a starting job for a couple of years. Bryce Young had a starting job last year. Did those people help me win best ball tournaments at all? No, they actively hurt me. Like so much so that I took a big stand on Sam Howell, the dude who got benched and scored 0 points for like the final month of the season. And he was so much more helpful to my portfolio than Kenny Pickett, and Bryce Young never got benched. And so it's like, it's this parlay that has to hit for those guys that I just don't want to expend my resources.
I do think, I mean, Jordan Love and CJ Stroud are the counter argument there of like, when you hit
McCarthy was not, Jordan Love is a good one, but McCarthy was not CJ Stroud in college. So
no, for sure. Yeah. But I guess what I mean, just in like, when we bet on guys that have job security, that we feel very confident to be starting in the final weeks of the season, then you do need them to be also good. But when that happens, it can be really impactful. Mm-hmm. And so I think McCarthy, I'm open to that idea. I want to see him not go to the Vikings and then they bring back Kirk Cousins or something. Like that's a disaster. And why take that risk, or the risk that this is all steam, and then that dissipates well before the draft.
Will Levis or Sam Howell or something, we get another one of those situations.
Yeah, exactly. So he doesn't have the type of profile that I'm particularly excited about. I was talking to Davis and Jacob yesterday, and he does run more than I realized. He avoids sacks, but that's about it. He's mobile and he avoids sacks. Is kind of like what he jumps out. Everything else, he's kind of like below average in my stuff. And you talk about Josh Allen. Yeah, Josh Allen from like a real life perspective is like the type of payoff that we really don't expect to occur very often. But I actually think we've gone like too far with the Josh Allen stuff, like because Blake Bortles was a pretty good fantasy quarterback in his second season and he busted, right? But like Josh Allen and Blake Bortles, I guess they're both stylistically, they're like maybe not that similar, but they're both like big projects. Mm-hmm. And I mean like literally physically huge people who are projects.
Both big and two. Yeah, in two different ways.
Yeah. And Bortles was 232, Allen was 237. They're like 6'5", they're massive guys. And but Allen was a willing and capable deep thrower. He actually avoided sacks pretty well. The mistakes were more on the interception side of things. And so, there were reasons, I think, from a fantasy perspective to be like, this guy's going to be a bust, but we should be in. And I generally want to be, and that's kind of like the Richardson thing. It was like, this dude might totally bust, but we should be in, especially in his rookie season when they're going to throw him out there and see what they got. Yeah. And that's probably where I'm at on Daniels. The Daniels would be like a little bit a guy I'm less excited about, but that would be that archetype where I feel the least confident that he succeeds but I think he's going to be out there for the full season. And he's going to be running around, so we should not be fading him. McCarthy, until I know for sure he's going to be out there, I think I'm going to be passing just because. Yeah, I think he's like a capable executor of the offense is probably like his rookie season upside.
And I think that's the big thing for me that I probably didn't articulate. We are, of course, recording this in February. We certainly haven't had the draft. We definitely haven't had the combine or anything like that. And so I'm thinking about things in this exact moment through the lens of the drafting that we're doing right now, where we don't know the landing spot. We don't know, right? Does JJ McCarthy land in Minnesota and they bring back Kirk Cousins to, be the 1 year handover, whatever. And so with all of that factored in and my assessment of JJ McCarthy, when you combine all of that stuff, I really don't feel the need at the quarterback position in drafts in February right now to dip into JJ McCarthy. I was originally dipping into some Bo Nix. I'm a little bit higher than very, very similar to my Jayden Daniels.
Like Bo Nix, but I think it's more of a dynasty take.
And so that's where it's exactly what I was going to say is I'm actually much more in on Bo Nix long-term and out on JJ McCarthy long-term. I just generally straight up think Bo Nix has shown the ability to get on base, right? And JJ McCarthy has like kind of not really, but I'm willing to like kind of flip those ideas for best ball drafts this year when we understand, because I'm not sure that Bo Nix is going to land in a spot where I'm going to want him on best ball teams. I'm not sure about JJ McCarthy either, but right now the steam is saying, oh, if he ends up the quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings with no Kirk Cousins, throwing to Justin Jefferson and Addison and Hawkinson when he gets back.
Where do you think he goes? Where do you think he goes in drafts?
My current take is not high enough, which is like kind of got my brain in a pretzel, but that's what we've seen with these rookies who are like not super exciting.
Right? I think he goes 14th Richardson. Round.
Yeah, 14th, 15th. That's 14th around there somewhere about where like Stroud went, right? Something like that, where the community was not that jazzed about. I wasn't that jazzed about CJ Stroud. Jesus, how wrong could you possibly be? But the market just kind of says,
So just as a kind of this was actually a weird hit for me where I was pretty low on Stroud in Dynasty. Like I was taking him, like I thought Young should definitely go ahead. I was willing to take like JSN ahead of him. Mm-hmm. So like if, as far as misses go, like I missed about as hard as you can on Stroud without taking like some kind of silly within reasonable stands.
You didn't brain it. Yeah.
Yeah, within like the market, I took the most incorrect version of the stand on CJ Stroud in Dynasty. But I still drafted him at a pretty high rate in best ball because job security, and I don't know. And I think that's actually a spot where like it's a hit that I'm happy with is from a process standpoint because I do, it shows the difference of these two markets. Obviously, missing on him in Dynasty really hurts. But, in those super flex leagues, I want that one back. But I still, McCarthy is an example and Daniels is an example of guys that, for McCarthy, I want to see that landing spot. But then, hey, man, 14th round for the guy throwing to two really good wide receivers, and one of them's a superstar. And, the tight end's going to be coming back at the end of the year. So we could be actually looking at an offense that's peaking in the fantasy playoffs. And I only have to pay, a 14th round pick for a guy who actually has some mobility and a good coaching staff. Like I trust them to throw the ball. He might throw way more in the pros than in college because he's getting like a big coaching upgrade. Sorry, Jim Harbaugh. But there's at least the potential for that, right?
Won a national championship, and his head coach just went and took the Chargers job, and he's getting a massive upgrade by getting the hell away from that guy. It's hilarious.
I'm nervous about Harbaugh, man. I'm nervous about him. He seems to like to run the ball a lot. But,
well, you're not. You don't think he showed you that in spades by hiring Greg Roman to come coach a team that doesn't have an NFL running back on the roster and has a franchise quarterback?
It's scary. Hopefully, I'm hoping that Harbaugh and Roman dunk all over that take because I want to see Justin Herbert succeed. But anyway, I'm kind of kidding about the coaching thing, obviously. But the McCarthy thing is a spot where if the stars align, I'm just gonna draft him. But for now, yeah, I don't think he makes that much sense. Because it's just like a lot of risk to take for like a guy who we will still probably be drafting in the late rounds, even if things work out. So what do you win if you're right? And it's like kind of nothing. So yeah, are you taking a stand on? Are you drafting a lot of Maye right now? Are you with me on that part of it?
I have drafted more Daniels.
Okay.
I should have probably had this up. And then about similar levels of Maye and Caleb, I think, but that's not necessarily, honestly, by like I haven't been specifically gaming that out. But my general thesis is my expectation by the time, the draft and stuff gets here, I will have from an exposure perspective, and they'll probably be my highest owned quarterbacks. Daniels, Maye, and then Caleb will be my exposure amongst those guys. And I was like I was saying, I was taking some Bo Nix early, and I'm not going to take any more of him. I have to adjust our rankings on Spike Week. I'm going to bump him down some. Just I'm higher. Like I said, it has become like when you first release the rankings, we really don't have any news about like where these guys are going to go and mock drafts and any of that kind of stuff. And I thought it was feasible he'd be a first round pick and maybe he would be that fourth quarter. I think he could be too, but I just think things are lining. Like I don't need to take that risk in the big board, and I can always.
And McCarthy's kind of eating his steam a little bit,
Exactly. And so that doesn't make me yet want to get to McCarthy in drafts right now, but it is taking me off of some Bo Nix. And exactly what you just said is kind of what I was going to say to wrap up the quarterback portion is like, this is the game. I think it's really important to reiterate that, like when we're talking about like the dynasty versus best ball, just versus like, how do you win at best ball? McCarthy is such a good example because like Trey Lance. Do you think dude, I watched the same shit that everybody else did. I looked at the same data about Trey Lance. I'm not the world's smartest guy, but I'm not that big of a moron. I didn't come out and say like Hall of Famer, boom, this guy is a superstar. Like I watched the same, like he could barely complete a pass. His team never threw. Like I saw it, right? Low level of football. I saw the same shit, but it was an Anthony Richardson level thing. It's like, but I don't care because for fantasy, like I don't care about that because the potential for him to win me all of the money in best ball is so high that I'm and he had Jimmy G issues. We don't need to.
Kyle Shanahan took him number 3 overall, and he has to be absolutely atrocious to not deliver on that given his skill set. Guess what he was? That's the bet. I think that's one way to think about some of these bets in general is like, what are we asking from the player? And I still think Trey Lance, we were asking him not to be atrocious,
not to be like all-time level.
Wish he had gotten there for us. Yeah. but he was. Yeah.
Zach Wilson has gotten more shots in the NFL than Trey Lance has. Yeah. Oh, it always has to come back to Trey Lance. Thank God. Very first video I ever did.
He's going to keep catching strays for a while.
It is amazing that Spike Week still exists because when I had the idea to start this whole thing was the summer that Trey Lance got drafted by the 49ers. And I was in love with him, obviously. Now, a little bit of shouts to me. If you recall, he was like a 14th, 15th round pick originally in drafts. And that's when the first video came out. By the end of the summer, he was the 6th round pick. And some idiots were still drafting him then. Couldn't be me. But it was me. But
thank God for Purdy, by the way. That's a safe.
Yeah, seriously. But all of these guys, and McCarthy is that kind of follow-up example where my personal like evaluation assessment is I don't think he's the type of player that I want to invest in. Right. However, I can see what the scouts are saying. Right. My assessment, he doesn't get on base, but I can see what the scouts are saying, and I can also see that like. If the Oakland A's sign him and bat him leadoff every game, like there's inherently fantasy value in that. And there is a level to which I am very wrong about him as a player. Right. So you factor all of those things in. Then we get to May or late April, whenever the real tournament's open, we know, okay, he's the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. Kirk Cousins is not there. He's going in the 15th round. Right. Blah, 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 blah. We run down this list. The next thing you know, you could come back here in May. We'll be doing this show. I'll be like, I'm taking JJ McCarthy in every single draft.
Yeah.
Like that's legitimately possible that happens. And it's important to be like, we can't be anchored to the fact that like, I don't think he's good because I don't, but like, it may not matter That's only one portion of the evaluation into who we draft for specifically for best ball.
Well, and also just what are we asking from the player changes when the draft capital in best ball increases, right? And the position, it's different for every position as I laid out. Like, how much skill do you need to even pay off? Because you might just get a bunch of playing time, and that playing time might be like extremely stable to project, which generally is with highly drafted quarterbacks. And so then it's like, man, you might not even need to be like good at all. You might need to be like, just not atrocious, or even like bad, but no one else is around. Like you can just like, because that one late spot. I mean, Kenny Pickett got like pretty close a couple times to mattering. He went, I think it was a couple years. I think it was 2 years ago. He got the Raiders, and I think week 16. The Raiders had an atrocious secondary. He could have easily, like a slightly better quarterback, could have put up a spike week in that spot.
Like Mason Rudolph.
Mason Rudolph could have put up a spike week in that spot. And, Pickett just doesn't have it. But he could have had it, a lot of other guys would have had it in that specific instance. And, you're betting it's like part of the parlay is already taken care of. He's going to be out there and playing. And so then it's like, how confident do you want to be that he's not good? If you have to spend a 6th round pick and you really feel that he's not that good, you shouldn't draft him. If you have to spend a 16th round pick, then I think it's a very different conversation if we're extremely confident that he's going to be playing the whole season. And I think with a lot of, with at least 3 of these guys, potentially 4, we're going to feel like he's going to play every single game.
Yep.
Unless he gets hurt, he's playing every single game. That has a lot of value. There's quarterbacks that are getting drafted like Russell Wilson and stuff. Like, is Russell Wilson playing in week 16?
Is he playing in week 1?
He's playing in week 1? Yeah, like there's real job security stuff. I mean, he's a guy who gets drafted. I want to be drafting players who are going to be playing at the end of the season. That's my biggest concern. And I think these rookies do give us a path to that, even if I don't love all the profiles in and out.
I totally agree. Let's talk about some running backs. We probably won't be able to hit on every possible draftable running back. Shout out to all the crazy sickos that are out there drafting in best ball tournaments right now, because a lot of rookie running backs in a very bad class have ADPs. So we can tell people are scrolling down and are looking for these rookies. But even as someone who, I think you and I were talking about it the other day, we were messaging, kind of trying to set up this recording, and we're an interesting class, blah blah blah. Running back class is pretty bad, and I said something like, when the class is viewed as bad, I find myself overexcited relative to the market about certain individual players, because it's just a little bit of, I guess, that natural contrarian element of things, where when everybody says this running back class is like terrible, there is, and ADPs reflect it. The first running back from this rookie class that goes off the board is, I still believe, Jonathon Brooks. If not, it's him or Trey Benson, very close, or Corum might have passed them now, which we'll talk about that, and the Chargers in a second. But right, there's no, like, Bijan went 8th. Bijan went like 8th overall the moment the big board dropped last year, before we knew his landing spot. Now our first running back doesn't go into the 120s. The market is very down on these guys. And so I can then say, I prefer to draft the really wide receiver heavy early. I can avoid all this bullshit about these late round quarterbacks, because I can take the studs and then maybe attach a Daniels or a Maye or something to it. I can get the elite tight ends, because I hate all the late round tight ends. Like, I can have all my cake and then eat it too with the late round rookie running backs who the market has just said, I don't like any of these guys. And I get it, but then, like, that's the kind of guys that I want to be drafting. So I'm curious who is kind of standing out the most for you amongst this rookie running back class. And then we can kind of talk about, obviously, some of the nuances and maybe some of the players we're not so into. But who first are you, like, specifically excited about?
Jonathon Brooks, I'm excited about. And I think you're just going to get a continued discount on him because of the ACL tear that he had in November. From what I understand, was a clean tear. And so, would be expecting him to be coming on down the stretch in the same way that we expect all rookies to be getting more playing time and playing better down the stretch. This can be a more exaggerated version of that. But, he's going in a range where that's fine. Like if he was a 7th round pick, that would be a much tougher conversation because we don't know how good he is. It's possible he's not very good. And then he's coming off an ACL tear, right? But he is going at like pick 130. So I've been drafting a ton of them. I think, gives you that late season juice to running back rooms. Like if you're taking some of the more, semi-washed guys, there's like the couple tiers of the semi-washed Najee Harrises of the world who are now cheap.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm taking some Harris now. Harris is now cheap enough to where I've just double tapped that backfield a couple times and gone Harris Warren, and like they're going to run a ton under Arthur Smith, and I basically just get a whole backfield for like an 8th and 9th round pick or something. Like okay, but it's like I've now played that super conservative. I just have like Steelers backfield as basically one of my like running back spots, and maybe I've got maybe I took like Achane in the 2nd round. So now I've got Achane and Steelers backfield. And so now I'm like, I want a little bit more late season upside because I think maybe Kyron is a better example. I've got Kyron and Steelers backfield. So I'm like, I feel pretty good about like, I got my touches covered for most of the season, but I would like a little bit more pop in the late season. And it's like, man, Jonathan Brooks offers you something in those picks that you don't really have access to in any other way. So I'm taking a ton of him. I do like Trey Benson. He reminds me a little bit of Cam Akers pre-Achilles tear. And I think he's like probably a little bit of a worse bet, like statistically, because he probably is more of a 3rd round pick, I think, but in the NFL draft. But I like him. I think he's pretty good. Those are like probably the 2 guys who really stand out. The other guy that I do take a fair amount of actually is Audric Estime, who kind of reminds me a little bit of like Rashad Penny. I like that kind of he I know, which is good and bad, but he's like kind of a downhill runner, 227. I think he's going to test well. And he doesn't offer really anything in the passing game, but he's not a total zero. He had 1.12 yards per route run over his career, but he didn't run very many routes. College committee back, he didn't run a lot of routes, but I think he's a fun 2-down runner. But it's got to stay cheap. But he is pretty cheap right now. Corum I've had trouble with. I probably should be mixing him in more, but I don't want to pay for him to be on the Chargers when he's not even on the Chargers yet.
I know that's what we're doing. We'll talk about him in a second. It triggers me because the market it's a funny game we play where in February the entire market has decided that the like 7th best running back in a not good running back class needs to go above all the other good running backs in his class and like starting running backs on other teams like actually in the NFL. Blake Corum needs to go in front of them solely because his head coach got hired
and needs a running back
and they don't have a running back. And so like and here's the thing, we could sit here and say this ADP is egregious, right? And I kind of think it is in a total vacuum. The market is drafting him there because of this narrative, and we can say from probabilistically, like we can get up on our high horse and preach to everybody about probabilities and how it's not really that likely actually that he lands on the Chargers, and what's going to happen. He is going to land on the Chargers, and everyone will take to Twitter and be
it's like, Dameon Pierce. I need to just get on board. I'm getting the Dameon Pierce vibes where like he's not very good. Okay, and now we know that Pierce wasn't even very good the whole time.
Very bad, actually.
Yeah, very bad. In fact, he's very bad.
He got turned into a third stringer.
It doesn't matter. Like if a team's going to install him as a starter in his rookie season, he's going to rise substantially in price. And it's just frustrating because like the odds are that's not even going to happen. But guess what? It definitely is. So I probably just need to get on board. I hate it so much.
That's exactly it. We'll talk about wide receivers in a little bit, but I have a couple. I think I kind of hinted at them before who I don't draft right now. And all I keep thinking about is I have to draft them because the moment I flag plant against them, the Chiefs are going to take one of these guys. And then like Travis Kelce will retire as well. And I'll be like, God damn it. I have 0%, you know, Keon Coleman or whatever. And he's the fucking second best wide receiver on the Chiefs.
He's the guy for me at wide receiver. He's my quorum of wide receivers.
Yeah, exactly. So you hit Brooks really well. I'll just add, like, especially if you're listening to this, you've probably drafted your fair share of 0 running back teams, or I think especially this year, like hero running back teams, or right now, hero running back teams are pretty awesome because I'm lower on HN than you are, but I understand from CMC down to HN, like if you start out your running back room with one of those guys, like there's so much depth. Like you just said, the Steelers running backs are cheap. All these rookies are cheap. I really like the guys who are the incumbents in their backfields that everybody's kind of fearful that they're going to get replaced, i.e. Zamir White, Ty Chandler, Chuba Hubbard, Khalil Herbert / Roshan Johnson, whatever your flavor is there. Like there's a huge group. Chase Brown. There's a huge group of all these guys that everybody's just like, yeah, but they might not be the guy. And I'm like, yeah, they're probably not all going to be the guy, but also some of them probably are going to be the guy. And
also, you just paid a 4th round pick for Rachaad White, who also might not be the guy.
Yeah, exactly. You just paid. You want to talk about a guy who's not very good? Like Rachaad White is fine. Like he's totally fine. But
he's pretty good receiving back. But he should be a receiving back.
Yes, exactly. Like he's like Samaje Perine to me. Like yeah, go do that that job, and that job is valuable on NFL teams. But like let's let somebody else who's actually good at like, you know, gaining yards do the stuff that we need to gain yards. So yeah, but Jonathan Brooks just fits. Like it doesn't happen all that often usually where this archetype of a player, the cost and how they fit into how I would optimally like to draft, right, is either none of those running backs early with with multiple of the superstar wide receivers, or like give me Bijan, and then I'm going to take a bunch of wide receivers, elite tight end, elite quarterback, and then I'm going to come back to the running back position and like, okay, like you said, oh, maybe you took the Steelers guys, and then you took Zamir, and then you took Jonathan Brooks, and it's like, if Zamir's the guy and I got the Steelers and I got Bijan, like I don't need Brooks for a while, and I'm probably not going to get Brooks for a while. But then all of a sudden, right, we get to week 15 and now I got, you know, assuming I was right, assuming this lineup all came together, now I got like 7 RB1s on this team, but I didn't spend hardly any draft capital to get it. And so he's just a perfect blend there. I will also say, throwing out the ACL, he's very clearly the RB1 in the class to me. I think he would be going
from a talent perspective. I don't really even think there's that much of a conversation. Close. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Benson is interesting. I think Benson has some things that, I mean, he had a really strong breakaway percentage. Although he was also a committee back. So that number's like not as strong as it would normally be. Looking at breakaway yards per game, less impressive because he didn't handle that many touches per game. But yeah, I mean, breaks tackles. He has 1.25 career yards per out run, which is solid. Kind of in that Cam Akersy range where it's like, if a dude just wants to make this guy a 3-down back, like he can be. Is he going to be awesome as a receiver? Probably not. You know, he, as far as like the draft capital production stuff, fine. But he's big, 223.
He's huge.
So, yeah. So I think Benson's pretty interesting. Yeah,
he's very fast for like the breakaway stuff. Like you want to talk using the highlight thing go watch some Trey Benson highlights, and you'll definitely be impressed. For him, it is the got to go watch the all 22 or something to find the stuff that were Trey Benson, because you're like, or just really just look at the data, because like you said, you're like, most games is like 11 carries and 3 targets or whatever. And I know especially this past year, Florida State was really good until Jordan Travis got hurt, and so they were blowing teams out. Right, that's actually the Estime thing. I wouldn't classify Estime as a committee back. I would classify him as Notre Dame beats the shit out of a lot of crappy teams that they play, because, you know, they're not in a conference. They have a 4 big games a year, and then they play Navy, and they play, you know, and they play these other schools and Western Michigan and stuff, and it's over by halftime. So that's a little bit of that for him. I think that Benson has some of that, but Benson also it wasn't to that extent. Like, it wasn't always just like blowout related. They definitely, but that's also so that he comes from, remember Memphis, how many backs Memphis has churned out. So Mike Norvell comes from Memphis, right? That is Darrell Henderson, Antonio Gibson, that all the, how many years in a row, Patrick Taylor, right? They had all of these guys from Memphis come in over the years, and they were all pretty awesome, and they were all in committees, and then they all got to the NFL. And it, like, I'm trying not to hold that against Trey Benson, but I'm like, I loved all those guys, and they all flopped in the NFL. Like, is it something about what Mike Norvell does with the scheme? Like, these are all little things that I'm not like, I'm drafting him. I'm drafting Trey Benson. But if we're going to talk through it,
they didn't all flop. I mean, wasn't Pollard one of them?
Yeah, Pollard was one of them. Pollard was also Pollard was used a little more like Gibson, and he was the kind of 1B in the backfield. And then
they've all burned us. We've all gotten too excited about them at some point.
That's the one. They haven't flopped, but we've all gotten out over our skis.
We've gotten out over our skis on all of them.
Antonio Gibson
times.
Once went in the second round and flopped. Tony Pollard went in the second round.
I'm part of the reason.
Darrell Henderson went in the fourth round and flopped. Like, next year, Patrick Taylor is going to be going very highly, and we're going to talk ourselves into Patrick.
Wasn't Kenneth Gainwell there too?
Gainwell was there. Yeah. We didn't draft him too high, but we didn't do anything when we might have liked him. Yeah, but I just think it's something to, like, at least point out that, like, he comes from this long line of running backs who dominate in college and have gone to the NFL, and we are like 0.5 for 7. We're not even a full one. Full one hasn't even been a hit yet. So I know some of the, like, film grinders that I follow and stuff, like, he runs really high because he's like 6'3" or something like that, which can be like a little bit of a concern. You need to be like Derrick Henry if you're gonna, like, Derrick Henry runs pretty high, but he's fucking Derrick Henry, so it doesn't matter. Like, you can't be this really tall runner in the NFL. You're just going to get sawed in half, no matter how big and physical you are. But anyway, I'm drafting those guys. The guy who is my highest owned rookie running back right now, and he fits very much the mold of again, going back to my money ball thing, or I also like to, like, the island of misfit toys type concept, is Ray Davis out of Kentucky. And he is, it's a little Kyron-y, a little Pacheco-like, a little like that kind of a guy.
Well, Brian Robinson isn't he kind of the Brian Robinson, he does everything coaches like? Isn't that
Evan
the idea?
Hull? How I got onto Evan Hull was a total bust last year, but he got hurt, right? But it was Evan Hull type of a thing where it's like, they're fine football players. Like, go watch the highlights. You see some stuff that Ray Davis does that, like, there's one in particular. I think I posted a thread about him that I found the video. He hurdles a guy at the line of scrimmage and jump cuts a safety and runs for like 70 yards. And it was like, holy shit, man. That was like, that looked like one of a Brees run, like we might've seen. He's not Brees. I'm not trying to say that, but he has some juice. It's not zero. He has some juice, but really what he does well is he's good at everything. He's a pretty 5'9", 215 or something like that as a running back, is a pretty solid size that we're looking for. Solid enough.
I have him at 220 actually.
220, yeah. So even better.
Which I think might be official from the Senior Bowl.
Okay. Oh yeah, I haven't updated anything from the Senior Bowl. I didn't even put the bowl games in my data, so it tells you how old my stuff is. But I try not to, because it's like Malik Nabers only went out there because he was trying to get the record at the end, and I'm like, this shit is so stupid. I'm not going to include it. So anyway, Ray Davis, but he fits this archetype of, like I said, does all the little stuff, was very much productive at 3 different stops actually in college. And I feel like the age and the 3 different stops is being held against him, which I understand, but like, it's one of those situations where everyone's holding that against him, and he's done nothing but be productive every single stop of the way. Was, quite frankly, really dominant at Kentucky this past year in the SEC. So we've now seen him at the higher levels of competition. Actually came from Vandy before that. And that's why I mentioned the Pacheco thing. He went to Temple and produced as a true freshman. I believe 1,000-yard season as a true freshman, Ray Davis did, and gets hurt, ends up at Vandy. For anybody that doesn't know, Vandy is like, I'm trying to think of what an example is. You're a JV football team going to take on one of the best teams, in the state or something like that. It's like, it's not fair, right? Go watch Vandy play Alabama. It's over at the end of the first quarter. It's 28-0. They just have no chance. So to produce at a school like that, which is what Isaiah Pacheco did at Rutgers, right, to produce to some level is something that always catches my eye. Then goes to Kentucky and produces really well here in this last year, catches passes, pass protects well enough. And so he just does all of those little things that I'm like, he can find a way to carve out a role if he finds that right landing spot because of that specific skill set. It's kind of the opposite of like a Braylon Allen, who needs a really specific spot to land in because he can't catch passes, he can't pass protect, right? He's not going to do all of those things, but he needs a spot where they just like give him goal line carries and stuff in between the tackles. I prefer to lean to the Ray Davis because they fit that kind of like Kyren, Pacheco, Fournette, right? That's how Fournette carved out his value in the NFL. They do that kind of a thing. And so I really like those guys. And your guy Estime, honestly, fits that. He's an unexceptional pass catcher, but he's a good pass protector. Have you seen him? You want to talk about big? My God, that guy, he looks like DK Metcalf as a running back. He's huge. He's a tank. He's a good pass protector. He'll catch it in the flat, right? Kind of a thing, right? Like he's not going to.
He gets downhill. Like he doesn't do, I feel like he doesn't do a lot of things, but he gets moving quickly downhill. I mean, he's one of those guys where it's like, if he lands in, the one cut style system, he's going to be pretty fun. Yep. Elijah Mitchell kind of thing, maybe Tyler Algier, like those. Yes. I kind of tend to like those guys. Because I think they tend to be underpriced relative to the upside they can give you in the right situation. Over the course of a few weeks. I mean, Tyler Algier was a pretty big hit as a rookie just because he delivered in the final weeks of the season. He didn't do anything before that, but then
he's a big hit this year too. He made my lineup in week 16 and week 17 in Best Ball Mania, and that was Bijan never even got hurt. Imagine if Bijan would have got hurt.
I know. It's crazy. Yeah, so I tend to like those types of backs, but to the point on Ray Davis, it's just really interesting to pull up in the box score scout. By the way, I think we might get a little bit of a weird discount on Ray Davis because his name is Raymond Davis. And so it's like actually kind of hard to find his stats if you don't know that.
Exactly.
So I think it's kind of like an out of sight, out of mind discount maybe on Ray Davis a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, I've been meaning to look at him, but I never have.
Why can't I find Ray? They keep telling me to draft this guy, and I can't fucking find him when I Google him. What is these guys are like? What is this? This is Pepe Silvia. This is like this. Anybody that watch Always Sunny, Charlie dreams up. I keep finding mail. It says Pepe. I got tons of Pepe, and it's like everybody keeps saying Ray Davis, and there's no fucking Ray Davis in Google.
There's two because Bucky Irving's also like that.
Yes, Marquise.
There's Marquise. Yeah, so there's two guys this year. But okay, so Ray Davis in RotoViz's box score scout. You can look at backfield dominator rating. They've got it listed as RB dominator. And this is Blair Andrews has written a lot about this as a metric that's really helpful, I think, specifically for guys like Ray Davis who may lack draft capital, maybe kind of an early day 3 guy potentially. We want guys with really high backfield dominator ratings. This means that they handled the vast majority of touches in their backfield. And it can be a sign of skill because the team is leaning on this running back. They trusted him. It's one way to measure, did he get on base, right? That kind of idea. This is something that like Philip Lindsay crushed, the kind of guys who can come out of nowhere often do pretty well in this metric. He had a 75% backfield dominator rating at 20 years old at Temple, 78% the following year. Both of those are really strong numbers. Good transfers, as you mentioned, goes to Vanderbilt, 76%, then 73% in his second year at Vanderbilt. Then he transfers again to Kentucky, 82%, actually peaks. So every time he's joining a new backfield, he just takes the backfield over. That's a good sign. That's like that. If the idea is coaches are going to trust this guy, they're going to leave him out there all the time. Well, we've seen 3 different schools do that. So he's actually need to
progressively better programs every single time, right?
Yeah.
From I think Temple was in the American or whatever, but like a mediocre to below average American conference team to you made the SEC, but like did you really? You made it to Vandy. Did you really make the SEC? Nope, did it again. And now you came to top tier, whatever you want to classify Kentucky, 8-9 win SEC program every single year. Now you did it there. Is like that's a pretty darn good progression.
Yeah, I need to move him up. Actually, he's pretty interesting. Just if you're betting on a guy to, like I probably, why are we taking Kendre Miller, over him?
Yeah, and I kind of like Kendre because I'm still being stubborn. And then they do this every time. He got on the field at the very, very end and had a one really good game right at the end of the season, and he looked awesome. You really want to get your hand in the dirt. He looked like you were, and it made me like all the Kendre shares I had last year. I'm like, I was fucking right. I knew it. I told you that I told you this guy is good. I told you the Saints is a good situation for running backs, blah, blah, blah. But I got one 18-point game or whatever in week 17, and it didn't matter. And nobody had Kendre team. Nobody had a Kendre team in the final, so it didn't matter. But to your point, like nothing has changed really for Kendre.
All right, I put him right behind Kendre.
And Ray
it would
Davis.
Be fun if Kendre took the backfield over.
I'm still drafting some Kendre, but let's not do that. That thing again. Any other running backs? I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to like go into like Dylan Lobb and all that kind of stuff.
I take some Dylan Lobb at the end, and I'll mix in Braylon Allen out. Bucky Irving, I think, is somewhat interesting as kind of a pass catching type. Will Shipley, Connor Rogers mentioned as a guy who specifically as a pass catcher is interesting, and he ran a lot of routes, 16.8 routes per game, as a guy who wasn't like a total backfield dominator. So he's,
it got
potentially
worse.
Yeah.
Phil Maffa, he wasn't even the best bet. And this is not a rule we should ever use, because teams can have, there's no rule that says can't have two NFL backs in a backfield. Look at Alabama. They would have 6, in the program for years. But like Phil Maffa really kind of took over and like dunked on Will Shipley by the end of his career. And it wasn't just because Maffa was good, but it was also kind of like Shipley was like the Lawrence of Clemson running backs, where like he came in, he popped early, and he was a big recruit, and you were like, oh,
my, sort of Zach Evans.
Yeah, yes. Like you're like, this dude is good. You're like, okay, he's going to keep getting better. And he kind of kept getting worse. Could have been some injury stuff. He was banged up a lot, but that always makes me skittish, right? It's if like Ray Davis is continuing to ascend, he's moving up in competition and continuing to ascend and get better. And then Will Shipley is in the same situation in the ACC at a theoretically dominant school that should have an edge. And he's like getting worse and losing work, right? By the time he graduates or by the time he gets to the NFL, he's actually lost work over the course of the years.
Well, Connor talked me into mixing him in occasionally, and I think he might have just talked me out of it. But that's kind of
if you trust in this is the thing. I have him ranked still. I haven't taken him yet.
Okay.
But if you value pass catching and pass protection like I do, he fits that. And if you say, look, that's going to get him on the field, and who knows, right by the end, if you can get on the field because you can pass protect and catch the ball, who knows by the end of your rookie season, right? We could be looking at a workhorse in week 17. So I'm not writing him off. I just I prefer Ray Davis or whatever. What do you think about a similar archetype to Shipley in Dylan Johnson? It's kind of that similar thing, except he did start to dominate the backfield at Washington.
Yeah, so
it's an uninspiring kind of player, but has that really one specific skill set that's valuable.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into Dylan Johnson that much, because I started based on the Scouts Inc. rankings, and he wasn't listed.
Yeah.
And so that was like, all right, well, we might be talking about a guy who's like super late day 3. They haven't fully built out their list. So, I mean, I forget where he lands on the PFF big board. I think he's like 209 though, off of memory. So draft capital would be maybe I'm thinking of Isaiah Davis when I say the 209. But the draft capital will be the concern, because he wasn't really even on my radar because of the draft capital. And so he's like on my list of guys to dive into.
I like some of those guys, in case people haven't heard me say it 1,000 different times, but that specific skills, like I don't like Will Shipley, but he has the skill set that I really highly value. And so I'm mixing through those guys. Dylan Johnson, I need to do some Will Shipley. I'm trying to double check here. Any other rookies that kind of fit?
Yeah, I don't think he's on the PFF big board, Dylan Johnson.
And so I'm gonna look. Who am I to say that I know more than PFF? But I kind of think he's going to be one of these guys that does pop up as we'll look back and he'll be a 5th rounder or something like that. and be this kind of like, you want to know who he reminds me of? Is a little bit Rashad Whitey, in
okay.
like kind of uninspiring runner, but big enough, physical enough, good receiver, like legitimately good receiver, good pass protector. Took over the back. Now Rashad White took it over a little bit earlier, and I think Rashad White's a little better. Was definitely better.
Much
in
higher yards
college.
per route run. That's from the very first thing. I was like, he did 1.09 yards per route run over his career, which is what kind of in that whatever range. It doesn't actually pop for me there.
So what I will, and I haven't run any deep dive into this, but he came from Mississippi State and transferred to Washington. And this was the Mike Leach Mississippi State. So the quintessential air raid, meaning they never ran the ball. And so he was running a route on every single, but their run game was checkdowns to the running backs. And so, I've always had a small little, spot in my heart for the guy like that, who I know he's a natural pass catcher. I know he's a natural pass protector, because that's literally all Mike Leach cares. like I don't give a
second
shit.
most routes per game in the class. So
tons,
I mean,
running tons of routes. So on one hand, it's like, okay, he's out there running a bunch of routes, but it's not like he's like, getting completely wide open. But it's also, on the other hand, this is something that NFL teams can trust. It's like, I know you can do this thing, right? And I believe in that. Like, again, from a skill set perspective, being able to be out there and do those two key things on passing downs is like really valuable to me. Like, when, especially like we're talking about a last round pick in basketball, right? This is like when I'm wading through Isaiah Davis. I'm not saying Isaiah Davis can't do this, but Jayden Sheridan, I don't know if you've looked up Jayden Sheridan yet, Monmouth, I believe, but same thing, small school, like mega explosive, like monster rushing yards and stuff. But if you go to like look at like any scouting stuff, or just look at his data, like can't catch passes, can't pass protect. And
he's definitely a running back, right? Davis pitched me on a safety yesterday.
Yeah. Jayden Sheridan, Monmouth, I believe, a little smaller, but like broke tons of records, small school running back and all that kind of stuff. And if you look deep enough and squint, you'll be like, I don't know, maybe he's good. But then you look in and you're like, yeah, but he can't catch and he can't pass protect. How are you going to be a 7th round pick and make an NFL team if you can't do those things? Versus, right, Dylan Johnson has the Samaje Perine path. Like, I like to use Perine because it was like this unexceptional player who actually becomes really fantasy viable because he does that one thing really, really well. And so I'm kind of looking for that in some late round running backs, and Dylan Johnson fit that mold.
Honestly, when I get to like that kind of level, I'm just going receivers.
Yeah.
Because that's what this class has. This class has so many, I mean, just like it's kind of wild how many viable late round guys there are. I think one of the guys you're most excited about, I'm not really even drafting. You're kind of hinting earlier.
Oh, yeah.
If it's the guy I think you're talking about, then I'm not really even drafting him. And there's like guys I'm drafting here, you're probably not drafting. And it's like one of those things where I'm like, wait, who's this guy? Because he's kind of popping in my stuff, and I go and I'm like, oh, I'm excited about this guy actually. And then I'll kind of dig in more, and I'm like, oh no, I need to stop drafting Jacob Cowing and start drafting Jamari Thrash.
I think all of us Sickos have had probably that exact same thought. I'm like, oh man, look at all what Jacob Cowing's done. Look at his targets per route run. Oh my God, look at he broke out early. Oh, blah 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 blah. And then you're like, okay, I did 3 in a row. Jacob Cowing. Who's next? Oh, Jamari Thrash. Oh, Tez Walker. Oh, whatever.
Yeah,
you just keep moving.
Yeah,
keep moving down that list super quickly. I would be remiss. The people would call me a fraud if I didn't call out one more running back. I just wanted to see what your thoughts are, if you'll draft them at all, because people will look for some of these flyers at running back. One of my guys is Cody Schrader from Missouri. A little bit, again, one of those guys that I've watched a lot over college, and I do get a little bit sometimes emotionally attached. But I also think from a production perspective, talking about like a get on base type of a guy, like I think maybe even more than Ray Davis or similar to a Ray Davis type of a thing. Like, I trust that this dude can get on base. Will it work out in the NFL? Will they hold kind of his track record and stuff against him? For anybody that doesn't know, came from Truman State, actually, and had to walk on at the University of Missouri. But as a walk-on transfer, earns his way to the starting running back job last year, takes it over this year, and completely dominates the SEC. Like, everybody. It didn't matter. Georgia, Tennessee at one point had the best run defense in the country, ran for 200 something on those guys, caught passes, not an amazing, but he fits that mold of kind of like not amazing pass catcher, but does enough, right? He plays every down and does enough in the passing game to be like, if he can get in a spot, as a 5th round pick or something like that, like I'll be like, all right, this is a guy I'm really excited for. But I just, those guys are so impossible to know, but like he could go undrafted for all that I know. But I really trust his production and his talent and what he did specifically this past year to totally dominate the SEC at Mizzou is pretty darn impressive. And so he's just a guy I'm taking when I need one of these running backs in the last round.
He's not really on my radar, to be honest, because another guy who wasn't listed by Scouts Inc. so far. So I haven't really dug into him, but the production in the final season was awesome. Another guy who has a lot of routes run, but his yards per route run is 0.65, which is like bad. That's like a red flag. Like Braylon Allen's at 0.74. So that's definitely a little concerning. But I mean, he seems like very productive. Also, he breakaway yards pretty poor. So I guess my concern would be he's like a little bit plotting. Like, how much burst does this guy have?
More than Dylan Johnson and Will Shipley and Kamani Vidal and Rasheen Ali. More than those late round fringe guys, but definitely not to the extent of the top running. Like, not nowhere near. Obviously Brooks and Benson. I mean, does Corum really have any burst himself?
Not that much.
Not really. No, not Marshawn Lloyd. Marshawn Lloyd has definitely got more juice.
Yeah. Lloyd looks really boom bust to me though. Lloyd, I'm not like a big stickler for like bouncing runs outside and not like doesn't look like he's running within, but that guy like runs. He runs like I would run. He runs like he's like running from something. Like, you know what I mean? He's like he's running like he's in, all of a sudden he doesn't know why he's running. Like he's like, we're running. What's going on? He runs like he's panicked.
The very first Madden game I got, I'm going to date myself. This is in the early to mid 90s. Was Barry Sanders was still in the league, and video games were not quite to the level they are today. And so, there were certain plays that were just cheat codes with certain players, right? I'm sure everybody remembers the Vic Madden version where you literally couldn't be caught by the defense because he was too fast. But Barry Sanders was the same way, but you had to bounce the run. Like, if you bounced the run outside every single time, you could get to the sideline without him being caught. And that's how Marshawn Lloyd runs. He runs like I did when I was 7. Playing Madden with Barry Sanders, but he runs
like he's not holding a football and his like hands are in the air, like he's like
he's good. Like he looks fun and he's good, but like
he does look fun.
Ken Walker.
Here's my Kyron Williams level note.
What you get?
These are the scouting notes. I know the people are here for the scouting notes.
Yes.
Definitely fast. May not be a super structured runner. Feels a bit boom bust.
Yes.
There's your current scouting report.
And USC was such a good landing spot for him because nothing about what USC did. He fit perfectly. You want the Caleb Williams of running backs next to you to talk about unstructured offenses. A Marshawn Lloyd run followed up by a Caleb Williams five step drop. Both of those plays took 45 seconds.
Playground football, man. That's the vibe.
They both gained 4 yards, but 2 minutes ran off the clock between those two plays. Just quickly, Corum, not exciting, but like I do like he's the opposite I'm more excited about these guys who legitimately could go undrafted that I've just mentioned. Cody Schrader, right? Dylan Johnson, whatever.
Yeah.
Ray Davis. I'm legitimately personally more excited. So that does put your brain in a weird place where you're like, I know the NFL is going to disagree with me, but my assessment of these players is different than what they have. And
That's
that's
dynasty though, isn't it? Like you're like those are Chirons. Those are future Chirons for next year.
Yeah.
You know, like I think those are like, hey, the NFL's like this NFL team's like really into Cody Schrader. And it's like most people can be like, I don't fucking care. Who the fuck is Cody Schrader? Right. But you know, having done the work and then you're like, okay, I actually thought this guy was pretty interesting. You know, he's a 6th round pick. He spends his entire rookie season working his way up the depth chart. He manages to get to, you know, 2nd on the depth chart by the end of the season. Now the team's like thinking about giving him some real run. I think those guys, at least that's probably the way I'm going to play those guys this year, where actually like Blake Corum, I probably need to be drafting some of, because there's a good chance that a guy who I don't think is very good gets installed and gets a chance as a rookie, like probably much higher that he gets that shot than any of these kind of like more interesting fringe guys. So, you know, you might as well, what's the perfect way to have played Dameon Pierce and Kyron Williams, right? It's to take Dameon Pierce in the rookie season, then bail and take Kyron Williams once he's coming up, right? So, being in on some of these bad players when they get good opportunity can be quite profitable. So I don't want to just like put my head in the sand and be like, Blake Corum's plotting. He's a plotting 2-down guy, and I think he is. But you know, there's like Zamir White's probably a plotting 2-down guy, and
correct.
And now he's gonna most likely be a starting plotting 2-down guy. I have like a little bit less trouble getting you know, coming around on him because I've seen him play at the NFL level, and you know, he looks fine. And so yeah, sure, I'll take him. I don't care. I think we can get like with the prospect stuff, I can get like more like stubborn with my takes on these. Like I find sometimes I need to work back to, I don't know, he's probably fine. And I think that's where Corum, or that's probably where I should be on Corum at his current price.
I think that makes total sense. Also, I'm going to kind of assess some things because I totally agree with everything you said. And then as well, it reminds me similar to the JJ McCarthy thing, that like I can treat a lot of these fringier guys, mix in, right? Sometimes you do have a draft where you're like, oh crap, I need 2 running backs in the last 2 rounds. I would rather take them than whatever. Pick a crappy veteran that's back there. That's fine. But I do prefer the wide receivers that are back there. And we've done, like you said, we've done the work. Now the next thing you know, Ray Davis goes in the 3rd round to the Chargers. It's like, you know, that's a Yahtzee, but we can also always reassess, right? Cody Schrader goes in the 4th round to the Bucks to be that pairing with Rashad White or whatever. You know, I'm making these things up, but you get the point. Or right, Dylan Johnson does go undrafted. And it's like, all right, we throw him in the trash can, right? But having done this, then I think the April-May timeframe, when we come back around to really drafting season, it can give us a big leg up, because we'll know how to like the moment those guys come off the board in the NFL draft, we'll know whether they're going in the trash bin or they're going to the end of our rankings, or they're going very high in our rankings because we're kind of ready to pounce on that, but waiting to pounce as opposed to pouncing right now like we are on some of these other guys.
Yeah, Ray Davis is one of the. It's like Ray Davis and I don't know, Frank Gore Jr. Do you mix him in at all?
I haven't yet, but I'm thinking about adding him in a little bit. He was like he's kind of a weird prospect for me. Like some flashes of brilliance and lots of mehness for me. But I like some guys who did that, so I probably shouldn't hold that against him too much.
Broke a lot of tackles.
Yeah. I struggle with that kind of it's kind of like I pull in broken tackles and like elusiveness rating and like PFF grade. And like I pull in all that stuff and I try not to get too bogged down in it because like I got all the pretty conditional formatting and it pops off my screen at me. And then I'm like, yeah, but am I letting that pretty green color on that guy drive me to like, he broke tackles at a small school. And like, I don't know. These fringe guys at running back specifically, I find to be the most difficult part of this whole process. And I think for this class, it's especially difficult because there aren't any great ones at the top either. So you can convince yourself that all of these other guys are worth a shot because like how much worse are they than Trey Benson is like what goes through my mind a lot.
Yeah. I think the thing to think through as as we get further down the list, we're getting into more uncertainty. And so probably the biggest thing for these guys is like, are they going to get drafted? What are their odds of going day 2? And Trey Benson just seems to have much better odds of going day 2 than a lot of these guys. Blake Corum as well. Ray Davis, maybe day 3, but like I feel pretty good about his chances of like impressing coaches. So like playing time, path to playing time, I think is the biggest thing. And again, I for a lot of these guys, I'm just going to be more attracted to the wide receivers where we're not talking about, oh, I hope this guy gets drafted. We're talking about this guy might get drafted round 2. You can take Ricky Pearsall in the final rounds. He might get drafted in the 2nd round, and probably gets drafted 3rd round. Do I love his profile? I don't. I think he's got a lot of red flags, but he might get drafted in the 2nd round. So I do, that's to me the way to play this class is if you're like, kind of down in the weeds of some of these like more fringier running back guys. For right now, I would just pivot and start mixing in wide receivers. You really can't mix in tight ends. I don't think. I mean, the tight end discussion is Brock Bowers is still a little underpriced, and Jatavion Sanders should be drafted a little higher, and that's it. There's no one. There's no one else I think you should even think about.
And I don't even personally take Jatavion Sanders, not because I don't think he's worth flyers at the back half. He is the prospect that doesn't at all jump off the page to me. Like, I think he's going to test fine. I think he showed some levels.
I think he might test really well.
Yeah, I think he's a good athlete. But that's when he's not. But I like your Jelani Woods quote from before. It was like, nothing really ever impressed you, even watching him on the field. Nothing in the data is exceptionally impressive. And the only thing that stands out to me is kind of like you said, the market also doesn't really like him. So I'm going to sprinkle him in a tick. But part of I don't want to get into this during the rookie conversation, but a big part of my strategy has actually been avoiding those late round tight. Like I don't want to be dipping in.
You don't want to get. I've gotten boxed into trying to take 4 late, and it's so rough.
It's awful. Like I'm almost trying to just be done, like Michael Mayer. Like I don't even want to dip past him. A lot of the times I'm done at Kyle Pitts or something. Like I'm just double tapping whatever Njoku.
I've done like straight up bully tight end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'm open to that. And so I think that's Brock. Like give me Brock Bowers and Kyle Pitts and like, let me move on. And I'll take my late round rookie wide receivers as your example over Sanders. But it's not, I don't mean to be super negative. I just don't feel I can reassess that the great thing about this game, similar to what we talked about with the McCarthy and with some of these running backs, like I don't have to try to cover every base in the big board. I want to be smart about spreading my chips out to the right guys. But if I don't really feel that there's some super strong reason to mix in Jatavion Sanders, like I can come back in May and like he lands on the Chargers, and like, okay, now let's talk about what are we going to do with him? But I just don't have to do that right now if I don't feel the need.
Here's my pitch on Jatavion Sanders. I think he goes 2nd round. I think he tests really well. I think he's pretty young. So you get that part of it. And he wasn't completely unproductive. I mean, he had
20.
Yeah. He had a 21% dominator rating as a 19-year-old, and then dropped to 13% this past year, 17% for his career. Not particularly impressive, but I think he was pretty efficient in yards per route run. So, there's like some things to be like, okay, all right. And then the big thing is athletic guy who goes second round. So
right.
It is a little similar in some ways to Woods, where it's mostly athleticism and draft capital driving it. But I thought, Woods, like, really, I was like, man, this is an older prospect who never was very productive. I just had a much harder time. I felt like the draft capital, which wasn't as strong, I believe he was a 3rd round pick, and the athleticism were like carrying a lot of water for the overall profile. I think Sanders is a little bit less dependent on those things. He at least flashed a little bit more. I'm trying to the yards per out run were whatever 1.81, not bad, but not that's fine for a tight end, but not amazing. So I think that if to simplify the pitch, I think he moves up in price, because if he tests well and is a second round pick, he's going to be more expensive. So
I like it. A good segue from Jatavian Sanders to the wide receivers and Jelani Woods, because there's a Virginia wide receiver who I particularly like, who I don't think that you like, and there's 2 Texas wide receivers who I don't particularly like, but I also don't particularly like Jatavian Sanders. And I'm curious if this is a collection of average to above average college players who all kind of popped because they were on a good Texas offense with a good quarterback, and they're all good, but none of them are going to be good at the NFL level, because nothing about Xavier Worthy and AD Mitchell or Jatavian Sanders individually really pop off to me, right? But then you got Jonathan Brooks. It's like the whole freaking Texas offense is going to be getting drafted this year. Or any of them actually standouts. And then, like I said, on the flip side, you have a guy for me like a Malik Washington that I think is a really interesting deep dive. We have everything in this, like the deep cuts like Malik Washington, the deep cuts like Ricky Pearsall, those types of guys. I particularly myself like Javon Baker out of UCF as, again, another last round like deep cut guy that I think there's tons of those, right? We can run down the list, and we will run down some of them. You mentioned Jamari Thrash and Tez Walker and Jacob Cowing and Malachi Corley and Jerry Rice's
If you're in the highlights, by the way, Jacob Cowing's highlights are fucking fun. That guy is so quick.
He is going to be a fun one because, and I think we should talk about him because he fits that island of misfit toys kind of idea where he does not really run a full route set. He is a very unique guy that they just kind of got the ball to and let him do his thing. It was a little bit different his second to last year at Arizona, but he's also not the best wide receiver on his own team. Tetaroa McMillan
he's like a really people are excited about him, right?
Oh yeah. I'm extremely excited about him. I think when NCAA football comes out this summer, I'm going to play with Arizona because like I have a man crush on this kid. But Jacob Cowing is still awesome playing next to him nonetheless. But there's like all this stuff. Like we could go, I think, for tons of time talking about all the wide receivers. And that's not even talking about the big 3, big 3, big 4, however you would like to classify it, which are also like legendarily good at the top. It's such an insane class that I think, going back to some of the macro concepts we talked about at the beginning, I'm taking tons and tons of rookie wide receivers.
Me too, man. I'm sometimes like half my receivers are rookies. Like I literally sometimes half my receivers, which might be a little over the top, but I have drafts like
this. And I don't think it is. And I wanted to, that's like the big point I wanted to hit first is if we look back historically, when we're drafting, it feels so goddamn uncomfortable to take a bunch of rookie wide receivers because you just don't know. Like, I mean, we're just totally guessing, right? Other than like Marvin Harrison and Nabers, I guess. But we're just guessing even about landing spot and all that. But then you look back every single year and we get to the end and there's like 15 rookie wide receivers that you'd be happier on your team. Like to varying levels, right? I'm talking about sometimes that's Tyquan Thornton, right? Sometimes that's whatever, that kind of a guy. But then it's also even like Zay Flowers and that level of hit exists as well, right? Rashee Rice, Tank Dell, Josh Downs, like all these guys are varying levels of hits that you're like, I mean, if the worst wide receiver on my team, if the worst wide receiver on my team is Josh Downs, I think that's a pretty good fucking wide receiver core. You know what I mean? And so, and that's with worse classes than this. Like I love this class. So I'm investing heavily for sure.
Yeah. Plus we have the extra 2 rounds to work with. And it's like, what are you hunting for with those extra 2 rounds? I mean, one nice thing to hunt for is one spike week in weeks 15, 16, or 17. You know, that would be a really nice way to have that final pick add to your roster. You know, that one spike week could add more expected value to that team than, you know, a guy who is like RB 13 for the regular season. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of nut because the advance is getting one more team to advance is so huge, and not advance to the playoffs, but advance in week 16 to the final. Right. That advance people don't really think about. I mean, I know you and I are constantly talking about it, and if you're listening to this, you probably think about it, but the general field is just not thinking about advance rate in the way that actually matters, where you want to advance. I know this sounds weird, but you want to advance to the final where the money is, not just to the playoffs.
I know you guys did a lot of playoff best ball conversation, as did we here. We liked to, and I drew some lessons from the playoff best ball stuff that I'm going to use this summer as well. And it was like in playoff best ball, people always talked about either the Super Bowl or getting out of the first round, which is the same conversation you're just saying. People talk about
conversation,
advance rate or optimizing for week 17.
Yeah.
And it's like in the sometimes they're conflict. Yeah, exactly. People treated it like there was only two parts of it. And it's like, actually, right, there's four parts. And how do I get as many, like, I understand the week 17 final is just like all variants, but how do I get as many teams there? Not as many teams to week 15. I want to get as many teams to week 17. Then I'll just let the chips fall where they may. And playoff best ball was the same. People were like, how do I get out of the first round? Or how do I optimize for the Super Bowl? And like a lot of the times it was like, how do I, of course, optimize for the Super Bowl, but then how do I, like, what's the right way to get through the conference championships? Because
how lean do you want to be?
Yeah, like how lean, how like when do I need Juwan Jennings? Spoiler alert, you did. Right. Do I need Juwan Jennings? Do I need McCole Hardman? Spoiler alert, would have been nice to have McCole Hardman, right? But like figuring that out, nobody ever fucking talks about that. And nobody, like, what do I need in week 16? Like, what are the little things that I can do in week 16 to help me get more teams to week 17? And then maybe even give me more unique paths to winning in week 17. And like rookie wide receivers is like probably the biggest cohort of players.
One of the very biggest things you can do.
The easiest thing you can do too.
It's probably the easiest thing you do. Yeah, I actually have already like 90% written an article about this exact idea. I'm gonna probably save it until Best Ball Mania because I think it's like lessons of playoff best ball for Best Ball Mania, or you know, well, for any of these tournaments, but you know, Best Ball Mania is the flagship one on Underdog. So I'm gonna probably wait until that launches to finish it. But the idea of just like kind of how lean do you want these teams to be, like, you know, if you're spending, like in playoff best ball, if you're spending that extra pick on a team that you don't think will advance, like a Lions guy, for example, over, you know, Juwan Jennings or Marcus Valdes-Scantling, right? Mecole Hardman. If you're sacrificing finals equity for getting their equity. And I think the market is just doing that too often. And it's like one of these things where all of our biases point us to wanting to have too much fat on our teams because, one, we think about things chronologically, and you don't, you know, so first I have to advance, then I have to advance again, then I have to advance again. And then once having done all that, I have to win the final. But of course, what's most important is that you're optimized to win the final. And then what's second most important is that you're optimized to get through week 16, and then, you know, and so on. So it's actually least important to advance out of round one, right? You gain the least amount of EV on your team for that round. It's the easiest thing to do. You can kind of luck into advancing out of round one in a way. It's harder to luck into advancing out of round 16, much harder, you know, a lot more luck than you do just to get out of round one. So why wouldn't you kind of leverage that and basically hope luck shines on your team in round one? And if you're just hoping you get super lucky in the final, like, you might have to get extremely lucky if you're not built to actually win the final. You might even be blocked depending on how, you know, depending on which format. Like if you're in playoff best ball, you will literally be blocked if you didn't advance, if you didn't play to win the final. I think playoff best ball is kind of enlightening in certain ways where you see like, oh my God, I just played to get there, and now I got there and I can't win. So I didn't build for the final.
Yep.
So
that monumentous feeling of getting through the semifinal to the final and having a live team, especially, right? You have a full Super Bowl roster, and you're like, that's an amazing feeling. Like, everyone should get to feel that. But then you don't want to have the feeling as soon as the cards get flipped over, right, and all the teams get advanced, that you're like, I just achieved something so impossible. I now have a 1 in whatever 100 shot at X $1,000. And then you flip it over and you're like, oh no, I have a 1 in whatever shot at like 1,500. You know, it's like I spent all that time and I achieved it and I got there to this final, but I didn't do the last tiny little, like the tiniest little, like one move, one different pick, maybe two, but like one different pick that you could have made that took you from maxing out at $1,500 to maxing out at $50,000. And it's like, it's once you see it play out like on your teams, it like starts to really come true. I always learned it like from DFS, was like you flip over the ownership.
You get so many more reps in DFS. It's like,
exactly.
You level up so fast with DFS. DFS is so much harder than it used to be, but I still think it's like really valuable as just like a leveling exercise.
I'll never stop playing because of that, because I have my last like 2 years of NFL DFS have not been as good as I had historically, because I think the game's gotten a lot harder. I've also focused a lot more on these kinds of games, but I'll never stop playing because of exactly that. I think it's just such a good mental exercise to keep your brain sharp about this kind of a game. Speaking of keeping our brain sharp, I do want to run down some of like our kind of favorite wide receivers, and also
one more thing on this topic. I think when the Big Mitten that I finished first in the Big Mitten this year, and I advanced the team that it advanced by 1 point in the conference championship rounds, and there are worlds where I don't draft Jauan Jennings on that team, and I draft a Lion or something to make sure that team gets through. But then in the final, I was going against a guy who had Jauan Jennings, right? I also had Jauan Jennings, and so my Travis Kelce beat his MVS, and that's how I won. But the idea that when you're drafting, you're like, okay, taking Jauan Jennings means basically I'm hoping Jauan Jennings. I'm basically betting that Jauan Jennings has a chance to outscore Travis Kelce. I already have Travis Kelce. What do I need Jauan Jennings for? There's no chance he outscores Travis Kelce, but he did. And also maybe he was that extra piece that kind of hit your lineup for, an injured guy or whatever. Like, having those points in the final, as kind of crazy as it might seem that they would ever matter, if they do matter, they become mandatory for that tournament.
Yeah.
The instant they get in the end zone in the Super Bowl, and we know how chaotic a single NFL game can be, they become mandatory. You need to have them to ship the tournament. And so, getting there by just kind of the skin of your teeth is scary as hell. And sometimes it won't happen. And I think this is the kind of the final bias that I think people are fighting, where it's like, you don't want to have a team that misses the final by half a point and then would have won. It's just so emotionally painful. But I do think that we want to risk that outcome, because that is how you get that team in. That's like, so like that wins it, that ships it. How do you get a team that's built to ship a big final? You get it in barely, right? Most likely you get it in barely. And then, because it's built for that round, it wasn't built for the previous rounds. Most of the teams in the final were built for rounds that are in the past, because that's how they got to the final. If you get your team in that's built for the final, it might be, you're going to need luck along the way, but that's okay, right? We want to get to the final, and then you're going to need luck there too, but hopefully a lot less luck than everybody else, and that's how you take the whole thing down. So, anyway. Big tangent, but one of the ways that we can do that, and I think rookie wide receivers are such a nice lever to pull, is because they get you some of that EV in week 17, but also week 15 and 16. You're not sacrificing the other single week tournaments You are sacrificing equity in the first round, but the big board advances 3 of 12. So it's even less important to think about round 1 in this tournament. Even more important to think about guys who are peaking in week 17. Rookie wide receiver. It's just such, and then we get the perfect class for it.
Yes. The best class since best ball has existed in my opinion. Part of that is also a little bit, most of these guys didn't hang on for that last year, but a lot of these guys were in college during COVID, and the NCAA gave everybody, an extra free. Like, why is Ray Davis just now coming out to the running back conversation? Was he didn't redshirt, but he took a free year to hang out in college and play one more year of college football, right? Malik Washington did the same thing. So there's some of these peculiar prospects which have beefed up the class to where we actually have some of these 5th-year guys who generally would be like, falling way behind, because if you were a 5th-year guy who really popped, it wasn't because of this COVID thing. Like, you were a much later, Ray Davis was producing 5 years ago as a freshman at Temple, and he just happened to hang around because of kind of a odd career. It's not because he's not good. And we have a very deep wide receiver class in part because of that. But the guys at the top, I think requires the least amount of conversation, but I do find it interesting because I have a little bit. Marvin Harrison Jr. is amazing, and you never want to say anything negative about that because it sounds stupid to question someone like that. But I have found myself feeling the Malik Nabers is probably a little closer to Marvin Harrison than the market is giving him credit for.
Agree.
Similar to how you mentioned, like, Drake Maye is kind of being shunned a little bit in the quarterback discourse. And I think Malik Nabers has been dropped into a spot where I don't have the current ADP in front of me. I apologize. But it was almost like we just said, Harrison's a superstar. We're putting him in the middle of the second. Rome Odunze is like interesting and pretty good. So we're going to pop him into whatever 4th or 5th round. Let's just throw Nabers in the middle. Let's we don't know exactly how close he is to Harrison. We don't know exactly how close he is to Rome. We're just going to toss him kind of in the middle. And I definitely prefer him like quite a bit over Rome Odunze. And I think he's much more in the conversation for wide receiver 1 overall than he is like wide receiver 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think Nabers is definitely riskier than Harrison.
Yes.
And so I actually think the gap between them is justified. Like, I don't think we should be thinking about Nabers in the second round. I think he's a really strong prospect, but, one of the reasons that we like the underclassmen wide receivers is because the ceiling is a lot higher on these guys who produce right away. He crushed in the SEC as an underclassman, enters the draft at the earliest opportunity, and is now going to go top 10, right? That shows you ceiling. That's kind of all screaming ceiling. But we do see busts from these early producers at big schools. And, if you like, as far as like route running and stuff, I think he's not the most polished guy. It's more like this guy is just got all the speed in the world, super athletic, good route runner, but is he going to immediately come in and be like a professional number 1 wide receiver? I don't know, so Marvin Harrison Jr. though, I think will. So I think the gap is probably justified in best ball, although I am more ahead. I'm even with the market on Harrison. I mean, almost how can you be ahead?
Yeah, how the hell do you get ahead?
Yeah. Right. So I am ahead of the market on Nabers, and so therefore I think he is the bigger target of the two. But at the same time, I don't want people to steam him up to where I would not draft him if he were going where Harrison is. I think that just because of the downside risk. Odunze, I think, is totally fine where he's going to draft. I actually am ahead of market on him. Not the typical prospect profile that I look for. 4-year guy, that final season driving a lot of the interest from the NFL. That's generally a red flag. But, he's a guy that I think at first you're like, is this a kind of contested catch guy? Because he's more like the back shoulder type of, he's not like the uber separator, but he actually, in some of the numbers that I was looking at, looks pretty good in terms of, being able to get open deep. One of the things I like to look at is contested target rate, and on deep passes specifically. And Odunze rates pretty well there. He has a 52% contested catch rate on these deep targets, which is good. But only 26% of his deep targets, 20-plus yard targets, were contested, which is pretty low. So that's actually, he's got this thing where, like Quentin Johnston, for example, or Keon Coleman actually has the same red flag, had a lot of his targets, his deep targets, a lot of them were contested. But then when you look at Johnston, he sucks at contested catches. So you're like, this dude got by in college, going against kind of lower competition, but he might be like a horrible deep threat because he can't separate and then he can't win contested catches. Coleman's kind of in the middle where he can't separate based on the film evaluation. The first thing you'll hear is that it doesn't really separate. And then the numbers are like, this dude doesn't separate. He's good in contested catches though.
Yes.
So that's kind of more like, is he T. Higgins or is he Terrace Marshall? Is this gonna translate or not? I think is a real question.
Mm-hmm.
But at least with, compared to Johnston, he at least showed it in college that he can win those contested catch situations. Odunze is winning contested catch situations, but he's not constantly in them, which shows you that, he can either separate or that he's got the route running polish, to be able to beat his guy, even if he's not generating a ton of separation. So Odunze, and then he was also productive early in his career. He was efficient early in his career. So I kind of like him. I don't love him, but he's not, there's a pretty big gap between Nabers down to Odunze. He's expensive by kind of historical rookie wide receiver terms, but I think, as a guy who thinks we should be drafting these guys higher, I'm okay with it. So yeah, I'm above market on Odunze. I think he's a pretty good target. And then you got to go all the way down outside the top 100 before you hit the next rookies. Keon Coleman, I'm trying to force myself to take a little bit more of, kind of as that best ball idea of, look, even if this guy's not good, he's going to get drafted high and probably gets opportunity right away. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's really good. It used to be that you could do that with T. Higgins in like round 17 or 18.
Yeah.
Now you have to do it, around pick 110. But I still think it's probably worth doing, even though he really scares me. But Troy Franklin's the guy I'm absolutely hammering right now. Because I think he's pretty close to Brian Thomas for me. I skipped Thomas. Thomas is going. Where is Thomas going? Thomas going at 79. So he's kind of in a tier of his own as well. And I think Franklin. I like Thomas more than Franklin, but I think it's close. So, but I probably need to stop taking so much Franklin and take a little more Coleman.
See, I like Franklin more than Thomas by a good clip.
Oh wow,
actually. Yeah, so I have Franklin.
I'm looking for people to talk me off the Mega Thomas bull stance, Mega Franklin bull stance, and no one's done it so far. And you're not going to do it.
No, I am not. I am not going to do it. Quite the opposite. Troy Franklin is, I believe, the last time I checked, the wide receiver, other than, again, like setting aside like the Malik Washingtons and like the super duper late, like it's easy to be way ahead of ADP on a guy with the 240 ADP or whatever. Setting aside kind of the last round or two guys, Troy Franklin is the wide receiver I am furthest ahead in the rankings versus ADP on. Like I said, I have him 4th overall behind Odunze in this rookie class. I have some pretty. I always hate like saying things like real concerns or whatever, because it always reminds me of, over the summer, we'll talk about this again too, is like when people ask, aren't you worried? Like, aren't you worried about this? Like, aren't you worried about this for Troy Franklin? Like the answer is, of course, always yes. So then I hate to be the guy who's pulling up the aren't you worried for Brian Thomas, but I have things that worry me more and things that worry me less. And Brian Thomas and Keon Coleman, especially, even much more than Brian Thomas, has scary. The concerning things that scare me the most. And then also it is not priced in, right? So to me, Troy Franklin's concerns are way more than priced in at this current market price, right? Too skinny. Is he ever like a truly an alpha guy, or is he like I think Brett Coleman posted he's good at engagement farming these prospect stuff. I think he posted a side-by-side of MVS and Troy Franklin. And it was funny because the reaction was very negative, and calling Brett a hater and stuff. And I found it from our crazy best ball lens being like, if the floor is Marquez Valdes-Scantling as a young MVS,
young Marcus
Packers,
Valdes-Scantling, right?
Packers MVS. If the floor for Troy Franklin is that, like, sign me all the way the fuck up. like if that's what I'm getting for sure, like I know I'm getting MVS. Let's just say that as a young player at pick 110 or whatever Franklin is going at, and the bull case is that like he's a star. And like he could potentially land on the Chiefs or the Bills or somebody like that. Like, he's going to go in the 4th round or something in Best Ball Mania season. And so I can't talk you out of it. What is their negative other than, I guess, weight for Troy Franklin? Like 81 for 1,400.
Potentially draft position. Draft position and landing spot. Like he could go, Brian Thomas could be, middle to late 1st round with an awesome landing spot, and Marcus Valdes-Scantling could be, now I'm just calling him Marcus Valdes-Scantling. Troy Franklin.
Let's not do that.
Troy Franklin could be
there.
Bryce Young's deep threat in the second round.
That'll be very bad for my for my pocketbook. If we manifest he is just
let's not manifest that.
2.0. But so can you explain to why is Brian Thomas, other than that, right? So the NFL has differing opinions, certainly than you and I will, and then even lots of the scouting community, whatever. I projected draft capital based on, NFL expectations and mock drafts and everything. But from a pure assessment evaluation perspective, I can't really wrap my head around why Brian Thomas is viewed as better than Troy Franklin.
I honestly think it's that he's 205 and Franklin might be 180. I think that's I think that's it. I think it's that they're both going to test super well.
Yeah.
And Thomas is
long, smooth, fast. Both of them.
Long, smooth, fast.
Yeah.
But one guy has the size where it doesn't keep you up at night. Where I think, a guy playing.
The other guy has the production, like the mega production. Like Brian Thomas produced, but like
not really, not like Franklin.
Like is so mediocre. Yards per route run mediocre. Like targets per route run was fucking horrible. Like worst in class, legitimately. Like him and I don't want to keep dunking on Keon and AD Mitchell and stuff, but like if you sort and you look at targets per route run, there's Marv and Nabers and Malik Washington and Troy Franklin and those guys and up there at the top, and then scroll to the very bottom. And there's Brian and there's Brian Thomas and AD Mitchell and Keon Coleman. Jatavian Sanders has a higher targets per hour. We were just talking about how Jatavian Sanders is an uninspiring tight end prospect. He has a higher targets per out run than Brian Thomas does. It's like,
Brian Thomas had an 18% career yardage share, which is bad. But it's one of those things where 3-year, because he's a 3-year guy. To me, it's kind of Waddle-esque. It's sort of Jalen Waddle-esque, where it's like 3-year guy, awesome speed, played with other elite prospects, major program, gonna get drafted really high. Let's not overthink this.
Yeah,
that's kind of Brian Thomas to me. He doesn't check a lot of boxes. Like some of the boxes I like the most, he does not check. Is maybe one way to put it.
Yeah. I like that.
But he checks some really important boxes in a way that we've seen big hits check just those boxes and kind of move to the NFL and succeed right away. So I just don't want to be kind of overly precise with Brian Thomas. Like he has what you need to have to be really fun at the NFL level. Personally, my flavor of prospect that I prefer more is Troy Franklin, where you have that awesome efficiency. You have more of the production. He's another guy where I was talking about the Adunze stuff of being able to kind of have the low contested catch rate. that's one thing that Franklin pops in as well, and I think is important, really important for a guy, when we're saying like I'm nervous about his size. Well, this guy is likely to be able to win with route running and separation and speed. He had only 19% of his deep targets were contested over his career. That's super low. I mean, this guy was just getting away from people. Talking to Connor Rogers earlier in the week, I mean, he's been talking about how, he's like dialing up and down the speeds of his routes. Each of his routes look different, completely different than Keon Coleman, who's, there's no tempo to the routes there, which, that's not my forte, but I'm hearing that like this guy's route running is really strong. And then the numbers are like, this guy has no one near him on his deep targets. That's a nice kind of confirmation of that. When you hear what you hear about Coleman is exactly the opposite. He can't separate. And then it's like damn near half of his deep targets were contested, probably because he can't separate. So, that makes me less nervous about the weight with Troy Franklin. Also, he actually hit a 56% contested catch rate over his career. That's higher than Odunze. So he's actually maybe better than you would think given the size, because he's rangy as hell. So, and maybe that's something that does translate to the NFL over time as he puts on weight. He's probably not going to be an immediate contested catch winner. But anyway, Troy Franklin, I prefer the flavor that he provides, but at the same time, how much do I want to put my foot down and say, no, I'm Troy Franklin over Brian Thomas, when Thomas is going to have the better draft capital, probably a better landing spot if Franklin goes early second. Franklin could hit the nuts. He could go to the Chiefs or the Bills at the end of the first round. And then sure, I'll flip and be Franklin at that point. But I just think the safety of Thomas, you're getting that first round draft capital with him. He's not falling outside the first round. Like I haven't heard anyone talk about that. Franklin,
just crazy.
He's much more borderline,
which is just crazy to me. And that's the biggest struggle that I'm having with this rookie class. Actually, probably is it's that cohort of players that are not my flavor. I like how you said that. It's not that they're bad, of course. I'm not again, it's kind of back to the thing I said before. It's like, I may not be the smartest person in the world, but I'm not a total moron. I'm aware that Brian Thomas can play football probably quite well at the NFL level. That's why he's probably going to go in the first round. However, going back to the gets on base thing, it's like he catches some deep balls. So that's like he can hit a home run, but he doesn't really get on base. You know what I mean? Like Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
Like he's going to catch some highlight reel plays and he's going to do some things that are technically getting on base. But Troy Franklin gets on base at an all-star level, right? Those other guys get on base at like a very mediocre level type of a thing. They get on base in such a way that looks fun. It looks more fun, and it has impacts, of course, right? A double, a triple, or a home run are worth more than a walk. But if you walk a lot and you mix in home runs and doubles and triples, you're a lot more. You're an MVP player as opposed to a league average player. And so that's kind of just how I'm thinking about it. And I haven't taken much of Thomas and Coleman and those guys, but that's what I'm going to be assessing here moving forward.
I have no problem taking Thomas. Thomas, I think Waddle is the guy that most comes to mind. Now, Waddle's much smaller. But it's
not a play style comp. It's
not a play style comp. It's kind of what does the profile provide and what is the profile missing kind of comp.
Mm-hmm.
And Waddle came in right away. Waddle came in, had 1,015 yards as a rookie. If you can if you can get there on kind of pure speed and a team being interested in getting you the ball. And Waddle, has since gone on to be even better. He had 1,400 yards in his second season. But I think right away you can succeed with the profile that Thomas has because, in some ways, this is another thing Connor was talking about. Like he had a lot of underthrown deep balls. And so he actually might be a better NFL separator than it looks like he was in college because he's going to potentially, potentially get a big upgrade in quarterback play. And so I think landing, like, he's one of those guys where, dude, if he's on the Bills or if he's on the Bengals or the Chiefs, or like, man, like, good quarterback play could really unlock him, or a good system, it's designed to get the ball in his hands, get yak from him with the speed. Like, there's a lot of different ways that Brian Thomas can pay off in, I think, a pretty big way, in a way that, like, easily pays off an ADP around 80. Coleman is the one where I'm having trouble talking myself. The other thing on Thomas is that, yeah, I'd rather draft Troy Franklin. I would. But I don't have to pick. I can sit back and take Troy Franklin rounds later. So I don't, like, those are the two guys that kind of, like, Troy Franklin is the next guy I'm interested in after Thomas. And I'm like, oh, I'm not at any risk of missing out on Troy Franklin if I take Thomas here. And I don't mind taking both. I'm building out these wide receiver rooms that have a lot of rookies. So let me just grab Thomas. Good price. It's not costing me anything in terms of the other guy I'd rather take, if I'm being honest with myself. But then I'll get him later, and I won't even have to sweat it. Coleman is much harder for me because I'm more nervous about his profile. The inability to separate deep in a way that I think looks like it will probably translate. It's like kind of what he is. Like, he's sort of, this body you up, can win in the contested catch with athleticism kind of thing. And it's like, either that dude is going to be awesome, or it's just not going to translate at all. Like, there's so many guys like JJ Arcega-Whiteside, Terrace Marshall, these dudes, like, where it's like, oh crap, it didn't translate. And that's it. Like, they don't have anything to rely on, because they have this one kind of element to that's such a key part of their game. And if that doesn't work, there's not much to fall back on. So that makes me nervous. And then you do have to take him over Troy Franklin in a lot of cases. That's the decision, where it's like, do I want Troy Franklin or Keon Coleman? And I almost always pick Franklin. But I'm trying to get myself to take more Coleman.
All right. So I'm just going to run some of these basic, what I'll call my get on base numbers, right? All right. Targets per route run this year for Keon Coleman, 0.23. Let's see. Who does that?
So 23%.
23% targets per route run. That is about the equivalent of Benson, the tight end from Kansas State. That is worse than Luke McCaffrey from Rice. That is about the same as Ainias Smith, converted running back from Texas A&M. Devin Achane actually was the reason why Ainias moved to wide receiver. So he was a running back.
That's a pretty good reason, actually.
Yeah, pretty darn good reason. It's about the same as Tez Walker from North Carolina, who famously didn't play for the first month and a half of the season because he was amidst the NCAA multi-time we had to get a waiver to transfer. He came in mid-season and earned targets at the same rate that Keon Coleman did. And frankly, the targets tell a nicer story than the actual production does. Yards per route run for Mr. Keon Coleman, 1.74. That is the worst. I don't have every prospect on this because I filtered it out for guys who I'm not interested in, but it is the worst. Worse than pick a person. Again, Benson, Jatavian Sanders, Jacob Cowing, Luke McCaffrey, Ainias Smith, Xavier Worthy, and AD Mitchell, both better. He didn't produce. He scored 11 touchdowns because he's a big mutant of a man who can destroy college defensive backs because he's just a bigger, better athlete. Does that?
Yeah, he goes up and rebounds the ball in the end zone.
He I guarantee his intramural team won the basketball league at FSU or whatever, at Michigan State and FSU. His intramural team balled out.
No, he played. Didn't he play basketball at Michigan State?
I think he might have actually. He's a beast.
That's what
he's
Conor was saying. He went there to play two sports. He's a two-sport athlete, I think.
He's an absolute freak. athlete in that context. But that doesn't mean that you're going to be a successful NFL wide receiver. Certainly not going to be a successful NFL wide receiver to the extent that we need you to be to draft you at your cost in best ball. Like, there are other veterans who we know are capable NFL wide receivers that go in his range. There are other rookies, like you said, like Troy Franklin, that have more appealing profiles that I have to sacrifice to draft.
That's why it's tough. Yeah.
And so, we've talked a lot about kind of humility of drafting and not being super anchored. I also only get so many bullets to draft into the big board, and I do want to have fun with this. I'm personally not taking Keon Coleman, I don't think, at all. I'm open to Brian Thomas. I'm open to honestly just about every other rookie, like almost every other rookie, but mainly because of price. I'll listen. Like I said, I'll take Brian Thomas. I'm not going to take some big overweight stand, but I'm probably going to get my fair share of Brian Thomas. I just can't do it with Keon Coleman. So that's kind of that for me.
Yeah. So, I mean, because Brian Thomas also had a high rate of his deep targets contested, but I think some of the context around there, the underthrown deep balls and like the pure speed. And so I'm like a little bit less nervous about it, because then when you get to Coleman, it's like this dude's route running is not good and he doesn't separate. And then 47% of his deep targets were contested. He had a 52% contested catch rate on those targets. The guys above him, I'm going to go in order. So moving up from 47% to 48%, David Bell. Up to 49%, JJ Arcega-Whiteside. 49% again, Quez Watkins. 55%, Alec Pierce. 57%, Terrace Marshall. So these are the types of players, right? However, let's go to the very top. The guy, I think this goes back to 2017. The highest contested target rate on deep targets of anyone I have in here over the course of their career is Nico Collins. Nico Collins had a 75% contested catch rate on those targets, though. So this dude was absolutely wrecking guys on these deep targets. Coleman was not. He at 52%. That's good. That's not like an off the chart. So, but I think that's where you go, okay, like, because Collins doesn't actually really separate that well, but he is good. He's really good in contested catch, and in this new system, they've been able to, I think, to use him a little bit more creatively over the middle of the field, and they're kind of using him more for like yards after catch, utilizing his speed that way a little bit more. But maybe Coleman ends up in a situation like that. Maybe he's Nico Collins. I think that would be kind of the upside. I don't see DK Metcalf. I don't think he's that. But maybe I think he could be Nico Collins.
That is anyone that calls him DK Metcalf, should have to answer to DK Metcalf for calling him that, because they are not remotely the same to me. I mean, DK's big, I guess, is the comp right there, but that's like, I don't want to do this, but that is the Dylan Lobb thing. Is the Dylan Lobb comps? Go look everywhere for the comps. It is Rex Burkhead and Danny Woodhead, and you're like, I wonder why that is the white running back kid who catches passes. Everybody comps him to that. It's like the big contested catch guy. Oh, his ceiling case is DK Metcalf. It's like DK Metcalf is like 250 pounds and runs a 4.340. Like, he's not just a contested catch guy. Let's put a little more respect. I
agree.
Name.
But Nico Collins feels like a reasonable comp, right?
Yes, I think that's fair. I was just looking up really quickly because this had me down memory lane. Nico's final year was the last year of COVID, so he didn't get to play in his final year. But the year before that, talk about bad quarterback play at Michigan, man. Shea Patterson was his quarterback who got ran out of town in Michigan by McCarthy, I believe. And so I'm not saying that I'm just adding context to, like, Nico might have been better than we thought. Well, he definitely was better than we thought, but his situation was quite poor. He had some pretty atrocious quarterback play, and obviously the Michigan system has not changed during this time. And so some of the contested catches may have been a little bit of the Brian Thomas underthrow situation as well. From
the wide receiver is so hard because, like, they can be used in different ways than they were in college. These guys are developing. We're looking for like, and I think one reason to draft rookies is because like the bar is actually lower for once in our lives. Like we don't need these guys to be absolute domination, level guys at the pro level, because teams are going to throw them out and see how good they are. Like, are we sure how good Jayden Reed is? Like, he might not be all that good. He's probably pretty good, but it's certainly possible he peaks actually as a rookie, because that's when they were checking him out the most. I mean, Christian Watson may have peaked as a rookie, So it's like,
a lot of Packers wide receivers might be if they keep adding.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just gonna keep doing this every year with the Packers. Dontavian Wicks, Bo Melton. We're just gonna. I guess Bo Melton was.
We're just keep doing it. Yeah,
we're just gonna keep going.
Because I think targets are earned to a degree, but they're not completely earned. They're somewhat based. How much are you the first read? How much are you getting scheme targets? How many screens is Zay Flowers going to get this year versus last year? Like you're going to have to step up your game a little bit to continue getting used like you were as a rookie from a sort of target per route run perspective in a lot of cases. Or just even from a routes perspective, right? JJ Arcega-Whiteside didn't get any targets, but he ran a boatload of routes as a rookie. Well, that dried up pretty quick, So like the level, the opportunity per like drop of talent is highest for rookies. So I think kind of just reiterating of why we want to be drafting these rookie wide receivers is they can actually get more opportunity than they otherwise would. But then you also have the unknown where you can actually open up the door and it's like, oh my god, it's Puka. This guy's Puka. Like, I had no idea. So
that's exactly what I was gonna. That's exactly what I was going to add. Where you can win in so many different ways with the rookies, is that you can be wrong about them, and it doesn't matter because of, like you said, the NFL situation. On top of that, rookies are playing sooner now. It's kind of like the game is changing and NFL teams are getting smart, right? As analytics and all this stuff is becoming more ingrained in these NFL systems, right? Rookie quarterbacks are starting earlier, but rookie position players are also playing earlier because you just want to suck the value out of that rookie contract for as long as you like. The more that guy sits on the sideline, the more that you're paying. You got to pay a veteran who costs more, right? And on down the line. But the sooner you get that rookie out there, the sooner you're going to find out if they can play, and the sooner you're going to get the value out of them at the cheapest price that they're going to cost for those 3, 4, 5 years, depending upon when they were drafted. And then, like you said, that's like the floor. Like, we're defining the floor, which is really fucking high, which does not exist. Like fantasy sports, not even just fantasy football, fantasy sports. You want to find a floor, draft a rookie wide receiver. Like, it's the highest floor thing that like exists outside of the mega superstars in basketball or something, right? It's the highest floor thing that exists, and it has the highest ceiling. Because sometimes, like you said, you open up that box and there's Puka Nacua in there. Sometimes you open up that spot and Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase are in there. And it's like, now we got a first-round pick for the next 12 years or whatever, right? You just found Devontae Adams at the age 20, the break. It's like,
well, he took a while.
It's you know what I mean? Like, that's the asset that you found now. Now you're just sitting on Devontae Adams for a decade as the asset. And so anyway, that's kind of the point.
Well, we'll talk more about second year guys, but you get like Jahan Dotson gets a lot of run at the end of his rookie season, but then at the end of his second season, it's pretty clear that Curtis Samuel is favored above him. And I think I'm not a big Jahan Dotson guy, but I liked Jalen Reagor. He got more run at the end of his rookie year, and it wasn't even that much run, but by by the end of year 2, it's kind of like, this guy's not it. So can happen to guys that I like, happen to guys I didn't like that much, but the evaluation process, it's not just that they're getting on the field sooner, because I think you could say like they're getting on the field sooner because they're getting, the best guys are getting better prepared for the NFL game, and Justin Jefferson types are hitting the ground running, and this really only applies to Marvin Harrison being able to pay off a second round ADP, but don't give up on unproductive guys early in their career. And I'm not fully giving up on those guys, but I think we want to. It seems that the evaluation process has sped up in general, and that like the guys who aren't producing earlier in their careers, it maybe is even a bigger red flag than it would have felt like a couple years ago. Like we're probably less likely to find another Davante Adams, and I actually wonder like if Davante Adams would have been given the chance to become Davante Adams in this modern era. Maybe Davante Adams isn't Davante Adams. Maybe he's like, yeah. Because I think
he might tell you that. I think he might tell you that he might have quit.
That'd be interesting.
He might have quit football because he was.
I would love to hear him talk about that journey because it's crazy. Like it took a while. Like he was like bad. Like he looked
like legit. This wasn't just like underperforming. This was like legitimately by some metrics the worst wide receiver in the NFL.
And he was getting a lot of run. Like they stuck with him, and maybe this is Aaron Rodgers' stubbornness paying off in a good way, in the only recorded instance of that happening. So thank you for that one. But 1.06 yards per route run in 2014, 1.08 in 2015. That's two bad seasons to put up back to back. And he ran 538 routes as a rookie and 493 as a second year player. So it's not like he wasn't getting opportunities. The next year, he ran just a ton of routes, 746 routes, and improves to 1.63 yards per route run, gets up to 1.76 in 2017. So now he's like a serviceable, solid wide receiver. In 2018, he hits 2.12 yards per route run, over 2 for the first time, doesn't fall below 2 until he was at 1.97 in 2023. So that's the crazy run that he goes on. But God, it took a long time to get there. And he leveled up twice. He leveled up from bad to good, and then from good to a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we want to be chasing that.
No, I totally agree. And it's funny you say it, and it's funny you choose those words. I recently wrote an article basically on this exact same subject where I called them waterfalls from the TLC.
Oh yeah, I've read that. That was a good article. Yeah,
specifically
that's probably
saying
why it was on my mind.
Don't want to chase these kinds of players. And like everything, there is no such thing as like this, do this thing and you'll be right 100% of the time, right? I will say this, we don't want to chase these waterfalls, and there will be another Davante Adams, or there will be a guy who does nothing for 2 years and all of a sudden, poof, the light comes on, or he changes situations and he's good all of a sudden. And I won't draft him. And someone who does draft him, by all means, I'll wave the white flag. You can come dunk on me. I don't care. But overall, we want to put ourselves in the situations similar to like what we talked about over the summer with the Adam Thielens and the Juju Smith-Schusters and those kinds of guys. We're willing to call these veterans guys that we don't want to chase anymore, but we're much more willing to go back to the young player who it like we're like, I'll give Alec Pierce a chance, right? Like second round pick, was on the field as a rookie, horrible, was terrible as a rookie, didn't earn targets, ran a lot of routes, was out there pulling the Chris Hogan, like whatever. But we're like, yeah, but he's a second year player and he's probably going to run a bunch of routes again. So I'll take it. And it's like, we're chasing that thing for no real reason other than, I don't know, maybe he's Davante Adams. I know that's an exaggeration, but we're just like, I don't know. This guy definitely showed us he sucked, but maybe because, he's a little bit younger. So maybe, and yes, there will be those younger guys who do eventually evolve.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think we're better off avoiding that, accepting that we're going to be 80% right and 20% wrong. And let's move to these rookies and find the next guy who is actually really good, right? Instead of betting on the guy who's probably bad and maybe is good, let's bet on the cohort of players who we know there are good players in here. We know it for a fact, right? Yeah. And when they're good, we get Puka, and when they're not even good, we get what we just talked about. You get Tyquan Thornton, or you get whatever. You get that guy that's
you still get a guy who can get targets in the final weeks. Where like with the second year guys,
lose the job It could just be
just lose it
because he's just not good.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, man, because most likely your upside case on an Pierce is a DJ Chark type of second season. Not, I mean, obviously the hit that Adams became is not likely at all. I mean, it's not going to happen.
It's not likely for anyone, nonetheless.
Anyone.
A player. Yeah, it's not likely for anyone, no matter how good.
You're right. It's not even likely.
Marvin Harrison is the best wide receiver prospect like ever. It's not likely for him. It's certainly not likely for Alec fucking Pierce.
100%. Yeah, and so you're gonna, because when you miss on, I mean, Alec Pierce was probably like kind of the middle of the road outcome where he still had his job. Michael Wilson kind of comes to mind is that guy this year of like, I'm not drafting a ton of Wilson because it's like he's kind of just fancy Alec Pierce in terms of the ADP. And, you know, they're probably going to have Marvin Harrison. And if they don't, they'll probably have Malik Nabers. And, you know, even if they have Rome Odunze, like I think he will be. I mean, Odunze is kind of like a similar player to Wilson. In some ways, that's like the worst case scenario for Wilson because it's like them sort of like, what do you do here at that point? So, yeah, I think, like, you know, if he's going to be the number 3 target on the Cardinals, I could probably find more upside with that ADP. If he were completely free and I was just getting routes for no cost at all, then I do have some interest. But, you know, like Darius Slayton had a spike week in the fantasy playoffs. I think that archetype, Zay Jones obviously was the big guy 2 years ago. That archetype does have hits in it. Jones not a second-year guy, and Slayton not a second-year guy either. But I just kind of mean paying for routes. If you're paying for routes, and Wilson does feel like a pretty safe way to pay for routes. Even Alec Pierce still is a fairly safe way to pay for routes.
For these next 2 months, we'll see.
Yeah, but I want it to be free. If that's really the bet, that's kind of.
And I want to be intentional. I don't want to just be going through my like. I can draft early running backs because, right? I can draft hyper fragile because Michael Wilson is available back there to me and Darius Slayton is back there. No, I want to be intentional about. All right, I got a value on Daniel Jones and I took Kyron on this team. You know, this is last year, of course, right? And I'm like, I want to. I needed a late round quarterback. I do need, you know, some extra juice here at the back end. I can correlate it, right? Daniel Jones plus Darius Slayton plus Puka Nacua plus Kyron Williams or whatever, something like that. Like I want to be intentional about these things. I don't want to buy routes just to fucking buy routes, right? Like, I definitely don't want to go into my draft specifically targeting the routes because I know that they exist. That's like I'm trying to loot. Like I'm paying $25 to try to lose, like intentionally try to lose. But it doesn't mean that they're not a relevant thing. I just want to be really smart about how I target them.
So, all right, tell me about Malik Washington.
Yes.
And why you like him so much.
We got to talk about a couple of guys that we like here and just kind of run through these guys.
Yeah.
All right. Malik Washington is a little bit similar to, again, I mentioned with Ray Davis, but he reminds me of this wide receiver version of Isaiah Pacheco, where Malik Washington, so again, a little bit older, went to Northwestern for 4 years. Okay. Again, like when Pacheco was at Rutgers, now Rutgers has gotten better. But when I mentioned with Vandy, with Ray Davis before, Northwestern was probably the worst Power 5 offense in the country. And so you might say, well, he was on that. That can't be very good, right? But he was the target dominator. I just closed. I don't have his second to last year at Northwestern. But it was basically him and Evan Hull, actually, at Northwestern. Was every play, run it or throw it to Evan Hull. Or
he had 101 targets.
Or throw it to Malik Washington.
Yeah, that final season at Northwestern, 101 targets on 389 routes.
Yep.
Which is 26% targets per run. So
it's fine. It's not superstar level, but it's fine, right? I mean, we just said Keon Coleman's like 1.7 or whatever. So it's okay. Leaves Northwestern, the worst Power 5 offense in the entire country with the worst quarter, you know, it was like Iowa level quarterback play. Goes to Virginia, which is like an upgrade, but I mean, they also only went 3-9 and basically sets the world on fire this past year at Virginia. let's run down some of the yards per route run, targets per route run, whatever. Out of this class, just from a straight target share perspective, highest target share in the entire class, 38.33% target share. That is kind of an insane number. Just to 38% of the times they threw the ball, it went to Malik Washington. But targets per route run, 0 points. So 31%. Well, just 31% of his routes he was targeted on. For example, Malik Nabers was targeted on 30%, just shy of 31% of his routes, right? This is like Marvin Harrison level target earning that he was doing. Now, it's Virginia. Marvin Harrison would have earned like a 50% target share at Virginia.
Yeah, honestly, would have. Yeah.
But still, like really, really, really high level of target earning. And it wasn't just earning like junk targets. Now, he is a slot receiver. We did 3.15 yards per route run. Again, that is like
that's really good.
That's right behind Troy Franklin. Right, it's not that far behind Marvin Harrison, and nobody really touches Malik Nabers in yards per route run in this class. But he's fifth, I believe, or tied for fifth in this class, this whole class in yards per route run. So most target dominant player in the class and top 5 in yards per route run. Like I said, mostly a slot, smaller guy, but he's not like, it's not Tank Dell size. Like, I think he's going to come in 195, maybe 200 pounds, depending upon how the last few months have been going. And that also shows up like in the film, but in the data too. Most broken tackles by a wide receiver, most yak in the entire country. Or it might have been second most in the entire country. I think there was some non-draft eligible. Most in this class. Most in this incoming class. Most yak, most broken tackles by a wide receiver. Like, everything he did was just like, this dude, like, talk about getting on base. Like, he fucking gets on base. Like, he just gets on base. He did it in really, really bad circumstances. And then when he got into better circumstances, he showed that, like, okay, no, I can do this at a really high level in the ACC. And so I'm just betting on that profile. Like, every single time, if you really like to get into that, he didn't play at the Senior Bowl. He was at the Shrine Bowl. And like, go look on Twitter, Malik Washington Shrine Bowl or something like that. All the comments are NFL GM saying Malik Washington's the best player here at the Shrine Bowl. Like, Malik Washington is uncoverable at the Shrine Bowl, blah, 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 blah. And I just think, like, in the last round, like, this dude is a last round pick, or we've steamed him up a little bit. You know how it goes with some of these guys, but call it 18th, 19th round pick in the big board. Like, these are the kind of guys I want to take shots on. Do I know that he'll be any good? No, but like, the epitome of got on base like a motherfucker in 2023. All he did was get on base. So I'm just going to take my shot on that, as opposed to like, right. Like, why do I dislike the Keon Coleman thing? Is like, he didn't really show me that he can get on base. He's just like this big physical guy who looks impressive. Like, I can get a 20th round pick who showed me at high levels of college football that he can get on base. And like, I just want to lean into all those guys. And he's not the only one, right? There's Malachi Corley back there. I know you like Jermaine Burton. He's like kind of a weird gets on base, but like gets on base in
not targets. Like he's splash play more.
Yeah, but it's a little Brian Thomas-y. It's like mega cheap Brian Thomas-y, right? It's like big splash play. Yards per route run look good. Targets per route run are not so good. But like, makes big plays, right? Like, there's just a lot of the Roman Wilson. If I know some people like him.
I like Roman Wilson a lot, actually.
Like, semi-mediocre yards per route run, targets per route run, but like, explosive player. I think he's gonna test really, really well. Flashed at the Senior Bowl. There's just like all of those guys that I'm like, just give me all of them, man. Like, I get to like the 15th round, I need like 4 more wide receivers. I just queue up all these rookies and just kind of see what falls to me. We mentioned Jacob Cowing, Jamari Thrash. I've gone even as deep as like Isaiah Williams from Illinois, because like, you want to dude who got on base in the Big Ten, got on base, like 30+% target share, solid enough, yards per route run, given that level of volume. Like, there's so, like, Isaiah Williams is like going to be such a late pick in this NFL draft. And I'm like, I don't know. He's one of the best target earners in the whole country. I can get a lot of those guys late. And it's just like led by Malik Washington, because he just pops off the screen from all those kind of basic metrics.
It's funny because Malik Washington like actually throws a bunch of red flags to me. So he wasn't on my, like, I wasn't really interested in him. I need to go back and probably mix some of him in, because the thing that I am worried about with him, well, a couple things. One is that when you talk about the efficiency, it's late career and specifically that final season at Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Before he went to Virginia, he never had 2 yards per route run. He peaked at 1.98. He's a 5th-year player. When you look at what he did, one of the things I like to look at is the yards per route run, but just in the first 3 seasons. So basically, like your upper years don't count for the purposes of efficiency. Like, just show me how efficient you were as an underclassman. He's like one of the very worst in the class. He's at 0.65 in the combination of those first 3 years. So it took him. He truly was like a late career producer. He's also small. So he's 5'8". He's
going to be a slot receiver. He's going to be a slot.
Yeah, 5'8", 194. So that's, and then the other thing is that he was used on a lot of underneath targets. A lot of the yak that he had was on really shallow targets around the line of scrimmage. So, that kind of a gadget player, red flag for me as well. The thing that made me feel like I'm missing out the most is actually the Shrine Bowl talk, because if he gets in, because I'm interested in Ricky Pearsall, I'm interested in Roman Wilson, who are also older players who have lots of red flags, but the NFL is pretty in on them, and I'm confident the NFL is going to, take these guys day 2. It's possible they don't, but it seems pretty likely both are day 2, and Roman Wilson could be round 1. I mean, he's gotten a lot of buzz after the Senior Bowl, which
is kind of crazy. But also, I think a lot of this is showing a shift of the NFL to leaning into more positional value type stuff and taking shots on white. Like, it's just I don't think it's wrong. I think it's my brain is like, Roman Wilson never would have been a 1-2 turn pick, if you will, in former NFL drafts. He would have been a 4th rounder or something. And so my brain hasn't consumed the fact that, like, Ricky Pearsall in the 2nd round, that's batshit crazy. But it's not really batshit crazy from like a macro perspective. It's a batshit crazy from historical how the NFL is operated.
Right. So I guess, where do you think Malik Washington goes in the draft? Because if he's locked in for day 2, then I'm interested.
I think he is going to go higher than anyone expects.
Okay.
So I would not bet on him to go in the 2nd round. That is for darn sure. But depending on the odds you gave me, I would bet on the 3rd round. I am clearly biased because I like him a lot, and then you find the things on Twitter and Google and stuff that confirm your priors. But it's like the hype is insane, and everyone and other people that I trust I mentioned Brett Coleman. He's one of the guys I follow on prospects. Is like, this dude's way underrated. Just constant different beats from different teams. Even like, I saw one that actually inspired me to do something in a draft that was like, Washington loves Malik Washington. Like, the Commanders love Malik Washington, and like, they've scouted him, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, well, they're going to get either Drake Maye or Caleb Williams, or I guess Jayden Daniels. Like, I'm going to take those guys on the Malik Washington team, right? And start doing some fun stuff with that. But I think he's one of those guys that reminds me also a little bit of like a discount Ladd McConkey kind of a thing. I think NFL people love Ladd. I mean, I like Ladd McConkey too, but that's priced in best ball right now. Ladd's pretty expensive, but I think people are going to be like, Ladd hasn't really produced that much, mostly due to injury. Mostly due to injury. His efficiency is really good, but it's on such a small sample that it's really hard to know what to do with. But I think the NFL loves him. So same thing, like Ladd McConkey in the 2nd round. Would I be surprised? Absolutely not.
All right, let me see do you have any context on Jacob Cowing, another kind of 5th year, kind of bounced around 2 schools guy? Because I mean, he's sort of a similar thing, although he didn't peak. He's kind of maybe reverse, actually, where
he's the reverse. Yes.
He only had 1.92 yards per route run this past year. He did have 121 targets and 122 targets the year before. So the targets per route run is pretty solid. What last year, 121 targets on 451 routes, 27% targets per route run. So that's pretty solid. But he only had a 1.92 yards per route run. Really shallow 8 out of 6.7. He's 175 pounds. Very much like an underneath slot receiver, not super interesting. However, in 3 years at UTEP, he was super efficient. 2.21 yards per out run as a freshman, 2.94, then 3.82. So there's your Malik Washington season, except it's as a true junior. And he had a 15.2 ADOT. So he was a different type of player. He's a deep threat and really efficient at that. So and the other thing is, frankly, when I've watched him, I'm like, this guy is fucking fast. He's one of the guys. He pops, and I think that he's going to test well. So, if he runs like really, really fast at the combine, then maybe he starts to get a little bit more buzz as kind of that third rounder, or frankly, even second rounder. I mean, that's how Tyquan Thornton got drafted, really like way higher than he should have because he was just that fast. So I don't know, that's my favorite of the fifth year guys with major red flags that I'm still mixing in the 20th round.
I love Cowing. He's right there at the end of my list. I have a bunch of drafts with like Malik Washington, Javon Baker, Jacob Cowing or something closing it out. Just like give me these scratch off lottery tickets on those guys at the end. Cause like Roman Wilson's he's kind of in a different tier of ADP back there. Like you've mentioned, like some of the guys who I take less, but I'm mixing through the Tez Walkers and Jamari Thrashes and those kind of guys I mix through, but I much prefer Cowing as your example. He strikes me as better Josh Downs, like a little better version of Josh Downs, kind of similar build, similar. He was used in a more Josh Downsy way originally, and Josh Downs was not
originally.
And Josh Downs was targeted a little more down the field originally. And then Cowing just for whatever this year. So Arizona changed quarterbacks this year, and I don't really think that it mattered, but they really didn't throw the ball down the field a ton, other than to McMillan, who again he played. That's my dude for next year. We'll be talking plenty about him next year. And it looked, if you just watched, it was so much like boot rollout, Cowing, pivot routes out to the flat, and they throw him this check down, or they just throw him a quick hitch or a quick screen or whatever, and just get the ball into his hands. And I think sometimes I fall for this all the time. When a team is not totally amazing and they have this really good football player and they just say, we're going to get the ball in his hands, we end up using it as a negative against them because it's a 1 yard pass or a 2 yard pass or whatever. Right. And it's like, but the coach said, I want this play to go to this guy and get the ball in his hands and get it to him quick, because I know when he has it, a good thing is going to happen. And we end up saying, well, look at his ADOT. That's not very good. Right. But it's like, yeah, but 30% of the time the play is designed to get him the football and get it to him quickly. You know what I mean? And so I would rather be wrong that Jacob Cowing is good, betting on that, than betting on the guy with a 15 ADOT who they don't throw the ball to, very much, right, or whatever.
Right.
Is kind of my general, right. That's what lands me on Cowing and Malik Washington and those kinds of guys. Why do I love Troy Franklin so much more, right, than Brian Thomas and those other guys? It's because of all of this. And I'm not going to be right all the time, but I just am trying to personally lean myself into that exact kind of thing. It's like, why does Pearsall fall behind them a little bit for me? It's like, well, also like this past year, Pearsall ended up kind of being the wide receiver 2 on his own team to a true freshman who's like 5'8", 160 pounds on kind of also a weird gimmicky Florida offense. And so like, I don't think we should not take him either, but just like when I'm racking and stacking, I know it's not a perfect way to do it, but it's like you said, Cowing has balled out everywhere he went. Granted, one of them was a much lower level of football, then goes to the Pac-12, and it's not a perfect, resume or whatever you want to call it, but like that's why he goes in the last round. Like we can't expect perfection on 18th, 19th, 20th round picks. Otherwise, right, that's when you get Marvin Harrison, and that's when you get Malik Nabers, and that's when you get Troy Franklin. So I'm going through this island of misfit toys, and I'm going to latch on to that production, even if it has warts, right? It came at UTEP, And then it came with a weird A dot, or it came in his 5th year at Virginia. Like, I understand all of those red flags. Trust me. But I'm at the cheap prices. I'm latching onto that production over everything else. So that's why those guys kind of get a leg up for me.
Let me ask you about 2 guys. One I'm drafting a lot of, and one I'm like, I still need to kind of get my head around completely. So the guy I'm drafting a lot of is Tez Walker. And partly is because, so he's interesting because he had this weird transfer situation where he couldn't get on the field for a lot of this past season, but then he gets on the field and he's pretty productive with Drake Maye. But he was at Kent State, I believe, before that. And he actually was really efficient as an underclassman there, 2.71 yards per route run, way higher than the rest of his team as well. So he's like kind of very clearly the guy. I've also heard that his route running was more impressive there, which would make sense because I think he had a pretty limited route tree when he joined the team halfway through the season.
He didn't know the plays. I listened to something just recently. Sorry to come in.
No, that's important context.
But it was what you said. He was with the practice squad, basically, the practice team, like coming into the week that he first got. No one knew that he was getting getting his waiver or whatever, becoming eligible. So they had basically said, you can hang around and help us practice and whatever, but like, you're never going to play. And he stuck around. And then all of a sudden, like on a Tuesday or whatever, they're like, oh, by the way, Tez, now you're eligible. Come over with the first team, come over with the first team offense. And he doesn't know he doesn't know anything. He's out there. Like, the other wide receivers are telling him where to line up and telling him what routes to run. And Drake Maye's telling him what to do. And so, like, I'm trying. Nothing looks all that impressive about him to me, really, from this past year. Like, super impressive. But I'm trying to keep that in the back of my mind that these are extenuating circumstances.
He had 2.28 yards per route run, which is solid. And he was less efficient. That was his least efficient year playing with a quarterback who probably go number 2 overall. So yeah, without that context, it's like a red flag. But I actually think with the context, it's pretty interesting. And so I've been drafting a fair amount, although he's really, I mean, you want to talk about lanky and maybe not translating.
What is he, 175?
Yeah, he's tall. So it's actually, I think of the weight is more concerning to me with Tez Walker because also he doesn't do a ton after the catch. Whereas like Troy Franklin is a really good after the catch player. And so there's sort of different ways you can use him. He's probably got like multiple outs to being a productive NFL player, but Tez Walker is basically like a really skinny deep threat who doesn't do anything after the catch. So if the size just doesn't translate and you can kind of just lock him down because you just bully him, then he's going to be nothing. So that worries me.
I think that is probably the biggest concern, more than any metrics that we saw from this year. Because like you said, I'm maybe overweighting the weird circumstances, but it is what it is. I think it is that when I haven't gone back and watched like a ton of film or whatever, but as you know, I watch a bunch during the season. I play a lot of college football DFS, which is what ends up leading to my college football watching frequently. So the week that he became a very popular college football DFS play, and everybody was watching North Carolina games because when he got eligible, he was min priced. If you know from the DraftKings, pricing when guys are out, right? You're out.
So the community loves Tez Walker.
So needless to say, Tez Walker gets eligible on a Tuesday, and he's 80% owned on Saturday in his first game, and we're like, he was the decision for the whole slate. And if I recall, he came out and did catch a touchdown or something, but he was like very up and down, I felt like. And I do think that's kind of what you're seeing in some of the yards and targets and all that kind of stuff. So Jesus Christ, 6 for 43. They came out and tried to feed him right away, right? 6 for 43 in the first game, 6 for 132 and 3 in his second game against Miami, 11 for 146 and 1 in his third game against Virginia. And then is when it got a little weird. Georgia Tech was a meh game. Then they played Campbell, who sucks. He scored two touchdowns, and I think they pulled starters. Another big game against Duke, and then really dwindled against some of the tougher competition. Clemson, meh game. NC State, meh game. And so it was like just a little up and down for not much target competition in the room. Like you said, a theoretical franchise NFL quarterback playing with him in the ACC. So I think it was a little bit of exactly some of the flaws that you mentioned, that like the game is not super well rounded from like especially a physicality perspective. And he's also not like the outs that the Jacob Cowings and Malik Washingtons and Troy Franklins and stuff have is like, just get him the ball. Like, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, we can't get it to you, right? Because you're not getting open. Like this happens to even like Jamar Chase sometimes. It's like the teams, the coverage is blanketing him. The Bengals are just like, just throw him a screen, please. Just throw him a screen or fucking hand it off to him, right? CeeDee Lamb, the Cowboys are handing it off to him in the backfield. Like Tez doesn't have that in the range ever. You know what I mean? And I think that can be a pretty big red flag actually, given like the you know, size and all that kind of stuff.
Here's the other thing, and this is a guy I'm taking, and now I feel like I'm just, you know, tearing him apart. But he had a bad Senior Bowl week based on a lot of drops, and very up and down. Dane Brugler was talking about how he thinks that Tez Walker is going to have just evaluations from NFL teams across, like just wildly different from each other, because some teams are going to see a guy who can get open, but then you throw him the ball and he drops it. Doesn't have the super refined route tree, so even the getting open part's a little bit up in the air. Doesn't have the physicality, but other people are going to see a guy who actually, you know, has a lot of speed, you know, can play on the outside, showed more route running ability than it might seem like, because he didn't know the plays in his final season. When he did know the plays, he was actually pretty good. But you know, he's got the drops thing. He's got 9-inch hands, which are pretty small, especially for like this lanky guy.
He's 6'3". That's tiny for a 6'3".
Those are tiny. He has tiny hands and drops issues. So that's another thing where it's like tiny hands, drops issues. It doesn't add after the catch and is really skinny. So basically
can't get off press coverage. Like we're naming all of the bad, literally all the worst things about a wide receiver.
The total 0. This guy doesn't see the field once. Red flags. See, like he has all of them. He also can, like, he had a super high ADOT, was very efficient over the course of his career, and is really fast. So he also has like the splash play upside. So he's a guy I think I need to take like less of, but only because I've been taking a lot of him so far, and I don't want to end up with a giant bag of this like really volatile player. But I think everyone should have a little Tez Walker in their life, because the ceiling is there, but also I'm sorry for touting him because he is going to bust. But you should also have exposure.
He's a great example. I know he's a good guy to start to close out on. That is a guy I believe you should take. You nailed it. Like if you're drafting in volume at all, right? Even if you're taking 20, 25, 30 teams, I think you should sprinkle some Tez Walker into your portfolio. I don't think I would ever recommend, like you said, leaving this pre-draft tournament with like a big old Tez Walker bag, because like you can accomplish what you want to accomplish with a small percentage of him. Like when he hits, it's great. You've got your shares of him. You know, it all made sense, but he is such a boom bust and such a low probability bet, like in such a strong class, right? We haven't even hit everybody, right? Like I still really like Malachi Corley. Like Jalen McMillan looks interesting. Like we haven't even hit all these dudes. So I wouldn't, unless I'm legitimately doing kind of what you and I are doing, like 5-6 rookies or whatever, wide receivers on teams sometimes, Tez is just not a guy I would want to have like some big stand on.
Yeah, and I started out wanting a big stand on him, but then I've actually cooled a lot, where I'm starting to worry a little bit about the draft capital and just kind of the downside. You know, we talked about the high floor with rookie wide receivers, but I think he has a fairly low floor, for
much lower than most of the others, I think.
Much lower. Yeah, these little slot guys don't have the ceiling, but they're probably going to get out there. One guy, so I actually want to get your thoughts on Corley before we get out of here, but before that, I wanted to ask you about Johnny Wilson. Who, you know, I started writing at Rotoviz, you know, and we're looking at a 6'6", 237 pound wide receiver here, you know, team big wide receiver, going back to the well one more time with Johnny Wilson. I mean, I don't know. He has some red flags for sure. He's not an early declare. He weirdly, he doesn't have a high contested catch rate on deep passes, despite being massive and despite doing most of his work fairly far downfield. 38% of his yards were on deep targets. 38% of his yards were also on targets 10 plus yards, or sorry, between 10 and 19 yards. So 76% of his career yards came 10 plus yards downfield. So he's like very much a downfield guy, and he's huge, but he only had a 43% contested catch rate on deep targets, which isn't great, especially if you're like, oh man, look at this big dude. I bet he's going to, dominate guys, and then he doesn't at all. So
yeah, 20 contested targets and around 40% contested for a 6'7" dude.
Yeah, what's that about? Yeah, so I've been mixing him in occasionally, but he does. One thing I do like about him is that he was pretty efficient, especially early in his career. He had, so the big thing, I guess, is junior season, the first year at Florida State, because this is another transfer, 3.36 yards per route run. So there's your kind of Malik Washington type season, but it's coming as a true junior.
Yep.
He actually fell off a little bit this past year to 2.42, but that's still pretty solid.
Yep.
And he didn't run that many routes early in his career at Arizona State. Only 66 injuries. Okay.
Injuries through a lot of his career, but also this past year.
Okay. So he had basically most of his underclassmen routes are from that Florida State breakout. And as a result, his underclassmen yards per route run is pretty strong. So it's like a weird profile where like, I don't think I've really watched him. So maybe part of it is I don't really understand. On paper, this guy makes no sense. He's this massive guy who's not actually very good at like bodying people up, but then he is somehow still efficient. So is this guy like gaining separation? What's going on? What's happening here?
I'm still pretty convinced he's like, having watched a bunch of him, I'm still convinced he's not a real. That's not a real thing. That's not a real player. Because it doesn't make. I agree with you. It doesn't make any sense. This is going to sound blasphemous, but that's okay. I've probably said worse already on this recording. If I'm going to pick a Florida State wide receiver, I think I would rather pick Johnny Wilson in the last round of a best ball draft than Keon Coleman.
Oh,
at cost. And it's not necessarily because I think Johnny Wilson is good, but it reminds me of kind of a few different things that we've like talked about here. So Tez, as an example, has this weird eligibility issue, right? And then comes in and flashes and has some down moments and what have you. Johnny Wilson flashes last season. Coming into this year, we kind of thought he was going to be the stud there. Keon Coleman transfers over. That kind of mutes some things there. They're not a particularly high volume passing offense. Even when they have Jordan Travis, they're blowing out a lot of teams. It's a Mike Norvell kind of run heavy offense. And Johnny Wilson then starts to deal with some injuries of himself. He's kind of in and out of the lineup. It wasn't ever like he blew out his knee, so he's done. It was like he's out this week, and then like he plays a third of the snaps next week, and then he's questionable the next week. I think he played 10 of their whatever, how many games they played, 14 or 15, 10 games. Then he does start to get healthy at the end of the season, and that's when Jordan Travis is hurt, and that's when their backup goes down. And it's like, those are all kind of the reasons that I have told myself I'm not going to like kind of fall for type of a thing. But I do wonder what things would look like from this Florida State offense for him and Keon both if Johnny Wilson had stayed healthy and if quarterback play had stayed healthy at Florida State. He earns targets just as well, if not better, than Keon Coleman. Like you said, he's more efficient than Keon Coleman. It's awkward, and his profile doesn't make any sense in terms of, like you said, the size and the way he wins. How
does he win?
How do I describe this? Being big, but he does. I think he is sneaky fast and sneaky athletic for that size. And it's one of those where people are like, I got to just pray to be physical with this big old dude. And the next thing you know, he actually ran by you. Or I've seen him run a couple of like comebacks on the side. Like they'll throw the comeback to him on the sideline and not to Keon Coleman. Like, you got 3rd and 7. We're going to run that 9-yard comeback on the sideline, and they throw it to him, and he gets open and he gets separation. And it's like, but it's not real separation. It's a comeback. There's only so much separation that you can get on that route. He is one of the most peculiar prospects I can like ever remember. But I think if you watch him, you'll come away from like his highs look like more real NFL highs to me than Keon doing the like I'm just gonna dunk on some guy right. That the Keon high is like throw it up to me, I'm gonna just be the sickest athlete on the field, jump and catch. Johnny actually does some things as a wide receiver from a route perspective that like I think it just throws like when a 6'7", 240-pound dude does this stuff against a 5'10", 180-pound DB, it's like it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But then, like you said, they never throw him. They don't even throw him jump balls that much. And he's not good at them. And so I can't really make heads or tails of it. Weird. But I'm more intrigued. But it's like one of those where like it's so weird. But he shows some things that you're like, he shouldn't be able to do that at 6'7", 240 or whatever. But then he also shows you things that like you should be able to do at 6'7", 240, and he can't do it. So I can't figure it out. But I find myself more intrigued than that.
This guy Darren Waller in 4 years, is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe the most intriguing part. So Dynasty, if you get to keep him, I draft him in Dynasty and hope he gets moved to tight end is probably the best use case for him. I'm probably not going to draft him.
Well, Chase Claypool. This sounds Claypool-y, to be honest.
I don't think he has the juice. I don't think he has the after the catch quite level of juice, but he's definitely a more physical football player than Chase Claypool. He also has hands probably pretty similar to Chase Claypool, so that's a pretty good comp. But I don't think they're like throwing him the ball like Chase Claypool would score on bubble screens and end arounds and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's not Johnny's not doing that, but I think it's not like the world's worst comp of like a ceiling outcome like rookie or Chase Claypool and you scored 10 touchdowns. I don't think that's like completely off the table for someone like Johnny Wilson.
Yeah. By the way, high floor. I mean, we want to talk about high floor guys who maybe stink. Chase Claypool got a lot of run.
Seriously, for years he's still on a freaking NFL team and he's horrible.
You were going to bring up someone to close us out, I think, right?
You wanted to talk about Corley.
Corley. Brenden Rice is also a guy who I'm semi-intrigued by. Any thoughts on him?
I get more intrigued the more I look at him. I actually didn't. So I started to put together all my stuff before, like I pulled in any of the data and into spreadsheets like we nerds do sometimes. And just having watched, like USC was the most USC was the most socialist passing offense of all time. Like if you ever played DFS, it was like you just play Caleb Williams, you don't play any of the wide receivers. You just figure it out later because they legitimately rotated and even when they didn't rotate, they didn't like target anybody. But Brenden Rice was the guy who started to separate from that perspective a little bit. His raw target share is only about 18%, but targets per route runs solid. Not bad. I didn't realize it was 25%, and then 2.75 yards per route run for Brenden Rice was pretty good. He moved around a little bit. He's huge. He's also pretty big and plays on the outside. I'm kind of intrigued by him. I mean, it feels a little bit to me like a better profile discount Keon Coleman. Like I'm not trying to keep dunking on Keon Coleman, but this dude scored 45 catches.
You're taking like 18 guys over, but not dunking on him.
Yes, I know. I got to stop bringing him up because I have manifested Keon Coleman into superstar.
Yeah, I am taking him more after this pod. After
I'm going to talk about him for 4 hours and then draft a shit ton of him afterwards. Is the plan. But I think Brenden Rice is like intriguing. I'm going to mix him in the last round because I think he flashed and he separated in a bizarre wide receiver room and like didn't really run that. Like he did not run anywhere near as many routes as all these other guys, right? 288. Like Marvin ran like, Malik Washington, ran 439 routes. Like he almost ran 200 more routes than Brenden Rice.
Crazy.
And so that's both tricky, but also like kind of appealing because he was pretty efficient.
Yeah, he's kind of one of the guys where he's really good in contested catch situations.
Size, weight.
And so, and then he also did a lot of his damage on deep targets. So 39% of his career yards on deep targets. So yeah, I mean, he's like kind of the reverse Johnny Wilson, where he like fits the archetype. Where
Yes.
I mean, he's not massive like Wilson, but
6'3", 210 or so.
yeah, he's got size. So he's going to be, and he's probably going to be used as a deep threat, and he looks like he can be kind of an interesting contested catch guy. So he's someone I've been a little bit interested in, thinking he might be like a 3rd round pick. I think a very kind of classic 18th round best ball mania type of pick. Like and you can mixing him now in the 20th round. So not maybe like a hugest win from a closing line value perspective, but I think someone who's kind of interesting. But yeah, Corley, I keep hearing that I'm going to like Corley. Davis was saying we would like Corley. We had Zach Toyo on last night on Ship Chasing, who just did he took down the FFPC best ball contest and then won the playoff contest too.
Amazing.
How nuts is that?
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, he was saying after the show, he's like, I think Corley's going to be the Ship Chasing guy. And we're like, oh my God, Davis is just so now that and now to hear that you're into Corley, but Corley hadn't really popped for me. So what's the Corley pitch?
I don't think he's going to be the Ship Chasing guy. I guess maybe they're trying to small school slot receiver. I know Sky wasn't just like a slot receiver. He turned into that for the Chiefs. I think it's like
honestly, I wish he was a slot receiver.
Yeah, I think it was remnants. It's like remnants of Sky, maybe, where Corley really dominated at a lower level. But I also think he gets, it's a little unfair, but he gets like some Debo comps where he's just like that dude on the field every game that he plays. Like he is in the slot. He does have a lower ADOT, but 32% targets per route run, 2.8-ish yards per, did I say targets? Yeah. Targets and 2.8 yards per route run, but like 86% in the slot. At Western Kentucky, which is like the most fun college offense you can have, they are like the sling it all over the field, throw it every snap, mid-major college offense. But to me, he completely dominated at his school, at a smaller school. He did step up and play pretty well. Like they played Ohio State, and I think he was pretty good. Might have had 100 yards in that game against Ohio State. I have to go back and look. They played some big schools. But it's much more of like he is right in line with that Malik Washington, Jacob Cowing, like that kind of a guy that you got to buy we want this guy's a slot receiver who works well in tight spaces and is just a playmaker, and the NFL teams just want to get him the ball right over in the slot type of thing. Well, Wandale, like these guys are like juiced up.
Wandale's the guy who came to mind. Yeah,
I think these guys are juiced up Wandale Robinson.
You broke up there. He has a shallow ADOT like Wandale. He kind of reminds me of that statistically.
There you go. My dogs are running around. Maybe they're the ones breaking my internet. They're probably like, "Would you get the fuck off of this?"
Probably should wrap
podcast. Up. Yes, pretty good timing. Once we start getting into Wandale Robinson comps, that is probably a reasonable time, and I can no longer. As long as we're not on air, I can stop talking, wishing Keon Coleman being a superstar. Well,
actually, hang on. One more.
Yep.
I want to give you another opportunity to say you like someone else more than Keon Coleman. Xavier Leggette is basically the same archetype, right? No. Where are you at on him?
I like Keon Coleman. I think I like Keon Coleman better than
okay. All right, good.
Then Leggette. Okay. I said Johnny Wilson might be the weirdest prospect. I think Leggette might be the weirdest prospect. Like I can squint and see Malik Washington having done something in his career before this past season, right? You got to squint, but I can squint and see it. Leggette.
The other thing is that slot receivers, I'm generally more forgiving. Like some of the biggest slot receiver hits have like been pretty bad prospect. Like Hunter Renfrow, right? Like comes out, starts producing as a slot. He's just a bad prospect. Like there's nothing really there. But like if you kind of can. If you can do the kind of thing, if you can get open in a phone booth, at the NFL level, that's very helpful in a certain way. And so I think you want to be a little bit more forgiving if you're specifically looking for a guy who can win out of the slot exclusively.
You nailed it. And that's kind of my thesis on like these slot receivers that I'm willing to buy. I don't expect all of them are going to hit, right? Malik Washington, Malachi Corley, etc. They're not all going to hit Jacob Cowing, but I think it's a pretty good archetype to continue to buy. I mean, it's the Tank Dell thesis, right? It's the Hunter Renfrow thesis. A much better version of Josh Downs, a better version of Wan'Dale Robinson is what we're trying to find, and I'm happy to make that bet. But once we move outside of that archetype, but the statistical profile is the same, and I'm no longer in that archetype, is when it starts to get really, really, really scary. And I would like to see like something at all. Like I said, I would like to squint at least and see something before that last season. And I don't know. He also just looks to me like we did force the ball into his hands his final year, because he is like good with the ball in his hands. I think is like the redeeming quality that he has at South Carolina.
Really good kick returner, actually.
Big, and that I do like that. I'm a big fan. I mean, another Washington, Corley, Cowing. I think those guys return punts and stuff like that, which is nice. But he's just like this big athlete, like it is, I think, that they just finally said, go out there. Yeah, we're going to throw it to you and like go catch and run afterwards. But I don't think he really has like any refined wide receiver skills, which like at least these other guys that have flaws have like something, right? Like, okay, I know Keon can do something. I know Malik Washington can do something. I know Cowing can do something. And it's like, what can Leggette do that like none of these other guys can do at a high level? And like, because like catch and run is not a thing. Like all these guys are big and fast and can run away. What can Leggette do that these other guys can't do? I don't know that there's anything.
Yeah, I'm not into Leggette really at all. He's one of the few guys I'm not that into. Are you out on the Texas guys? It sounds like.
Yeah, I've taken some Worthy. I've taken some Xavier Worthy. I just can't wrap my head around AD Mitchell. Like again, like where did he make a difference at any point in his college career? Like he caught some long passes for touchdowns at Texas, I guess, but like it's certainly the second best wide receiver on his own team. Was he better than Jatavian Sanders as a pass catcher? I don't know. He wasn't all that much better than Jordan Whittington out of the slot. Like I can't. I'll squint. I'm happy to squint and find something. But like AD Mitchell, other than kind of the big playish, threat, that touchdown scorer down the field type guy, I just don't really see much. Like I'm leaning on this, the get on base thing, right? So we'll double back to me with the get on base thing, but it's like earn some level of volume, like at all, please. And I'll start to forgive you for some other things. And he just didn't earn anything ever. And I just can't. There's so many other guys I want to take and I want to sprinkle. Like I run out of options if I keep mixing all these guys that I just really, really don't.
He had a 32% dominator rating in his final season, which was his fourth year, I believe. Which we don't love that, but that's something. He wasn't efficient like ever. At Georgia, 1.68 yards per out run, 1.56, 1.72 when he transferred to Texas. So those are three bad marks. He never flashed, really.
The point of being at Georgia, the point of being a wide receiver at Georgia is that by the sheer fact of being on the football field on the Georgia offense, you're going to be efficient, right? Like that's the knock on Ladd McConkey, is that he's not that good. He was just at Georgia, right?
He was efficient though.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. At what point does AD Mitchell have to show that he can be efficient at Georgia and Texas, where everyone is efficient in all these offenses?
Yeah, it seems bad.
It doesn't seem bad.
He's honestly wow. Ladd McConkey, 2.71, 2.16, and then 3.26 yards per out run. That's I believe is a fourth year as a senior, but he was efficient as an underclassman there too, and then really
also
efficient
a walk on.
This model year.
Ladd McConkey walked on at Georgia.
So AD Mitchell, I have to say, and I don't put a ton of stock in this, but the highlights are fun on him. He's very smooth. Mm-hmm. He looks like an NFL receiver to me. I see like intermediate, like doing damage, kind of like a classic traditional outside NFL receiver. He's big, but not like so. He's big in a way where you're like, you can do the normal receiver stuff, not like big, like I'm going to body you. He's like 196. Honestly, and I don't mean this in terms of how good he is, but he looks a little bit stylistically like CeeDee Lamb to me. And that's, I think, like, stylistically, I'm like, you remind me a little bit of CD, like just the way you move. Actually, he's a 3-year. So the final efficiency was a true junior season for AD Mitchell, not a senior year season. So that's better. But and that means he did have a breakout as a true junior.
Yeah.
So that's would be maybe the argument. He did break out as a true junior. He's probably going to go second round, big program. But yeah, I struggle with him too. He feels very. He has a lot of bust potential, I think.
He is kind of probably like maybe the epitome of where I started to center my whole like prospect eval process. He is a guy where I would have taken he looks like, right? This is again back to that Moneyball scene
like
where the scouts are like, yeah, but you should see how he looks in jeans. You know, it's like that's the AD Mitchell. It's like he's going to lead you out of the tunnel when you walk out onto the field, right? Because he just looks like a football player, and like you said, and the highlights are fun, and like all that kind of
really
all
fun.
that they are, and like all that kind of. But like I would fall for that, and then like, but I take a step back, and I'm like, just about every single like production level metric is either uninspiring or bad, and I'm just like, I'm trying to stick to, again, to keep kind of saying the same thing, but I'm just trying to stick to at least give me a glimmer of like I can squint and see, all right, there was that, right? Like Puka had that, a perfect way to like segue into. People would say, well, Puka didn't produce. I'm like, well, Puka was really, really efficient on a small sample of stuff. He had injuries and missed games and a weird offense and all that kind of stuff. But when he was on the floor, when he was on the field, he was getting the ball and he was efficient with his yardage when getting the ball. And it's like, so I could, like, it was weird, but I could squint. And now when I look back and you see Puka, you're like, oh, I get it. Like yards per out run, targets per out run, right? Everything early career breakout, blah, blah, blah. Like all this stuff, I can see the reasons why Puka was a thing. And so then when I start to see these other guys, and I'm like, I need them to be an outlier in so many ways, that it starts to really stack up a long parlay. And these guys are already long parlays. That's just the kind of guy I'm going to be squeamish on.
I mean, Puka is, I already cared about yards per out run, but he's kind of the yards per out run hero where, he peaks at BYU in 2022 at 3.53 yards per out run. But 3.44 the year before that, 2.60 in 2020, only 58 routes there, and then only 38 routes at Washington in 2019. So we shouldn't even really cite the number because it's too small, but let's do it. 4.42 yards per route run. I mean, as an underclassman, mostly driven by that first BYU season, he was super efficient. Like anytime he was on the field, he was super efficient. And then he closed it out super efficient too. AD Mitchell never flashed anything close to that. Like the worst season that Puka ever had was still significantly more efficient than the best season that AD Mitchell ever had. Yards per out run's not the only thing, but I don't know. It makes me a little nervous. I tried to take a little bit more of him because I feel like I never took him. And same with Worthy. Worthy's cheaper actually in these best ball drafts, and he was.
Yeah, I think
more
those
efficient.
Should flip. And I don't like.
Yeah, they probably should flip,
Worthy
right?
Either. I just think that they should flip. Yeah.
Kyle Dvorak was on that. He was like Worthy over Mitchell, like early on. It was one of the first takes.
Worthy got the dropsies. Worthy's got the dropsies sometimes too, but he.
He's very small. He's like 172.
Yes, but he gets open and he gets open down the field and he does earn targets. He was not the most efficient, a little bit of dropsies, a little bit of some other stuff, but I found him to be at least mildly interesting, right? More so than AD. I'm not like hammering Xavier Worthy, but like comparing him to AD Mitchell, I can find, like, again, I can squint and see, okay, like there's something possibly here. AD Mitchell's a good example. Like more so, I shouldn't have dunked on Keon Coleman because I can squint and see something that is valuable. And of course we have the, probable draft capital that makes a lot of sense. AD Mitchell is the guy where like, I can't even squint and see something. And so when I have this freaking buffet of wide receivers, we just went through like 30 dudes and I can like tell myself
so many guys.
I can draft all these guys. Like, and I want to draft all these guys. So like, I got to make cuts somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm being more strongly negative towards just a small subset of these guys, because I have to make some cuts somewhere to get right. I want a sprinkle of Tez. I want a sprinkle of Brenden Rice. I want to be way overweight Troy Franklin. I want to have my Brian Thomas. Like, if I want to have all these guys, like, I can't draft only rookies on it. Right? I can draft a lot of rookies, but I can't draft 9 on every team. You know what I mean? So maybe I'll test it out. That's what the AD Mitchell team will come on the 9 rookie wide receiver team.
Yeah, I just lowered him in the ranks. I'm nervous about him. Yeah, it's just he's going to have some draft capital, but like you said, there's so many guys that I want to be taking, and I'm moving Xavier Worthy ahead.
I love it. So people can hear it. What I would like to do, and I'm mad Pat hasn't heard this, is double back once we get. We probably don't have to do it after the combine, but like one of the first episodes that we'll do after, in BBM season, after the NFL draft, is kind of be like, okay, we had a marathon episode talking through every rookie that we like and our rookie strategy and all that. Now what? Right? They landed in those spots. You liked Malik Washington and he went undrafted. Okay.
Yeah, clear your schedule, by the way.
Toss him in the garbage bin, right? Oh, Keon Coleman went to the Chiefs. What are you doing now, dum-dum? Reassess, because I think that's important. Right now, we're flying so 100%. Blind that we're trying to make the best decisions possible, but then we'll totally reassess, at the end of April.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be an interesting couple days of podcasting.
Yes, it definitely will. I know the people will laugh. My wife's already laughing at me for how long we went on this one, but I'm going to say selfishly, it was super helpful for me. Like, I was moving.
This was a lot of fun.
I was moving guys around and taking notes and, being like, so hopefully some people get some enjoyment out of it, because it was extremely actionably helpful for me.
There's a lot to think through with this rookie class. Yeah. So I mean, honestly, like, I'm not. The thing is, like, this is all I'm going to be doing for like the next couple months. So like, this is just like a 4-hour window into like basically what I'm going to be thinking about most of my working hours. So
right,
although we do have to think about the veterans a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe we'll see how that goes. And just draft the ones that I drafted last year. Right, that's what we do. We stick to.
I've done a lot of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this team looks a lot like a team I had last year, just in different order.
Pat and I will schedule something, because I do want to talk maybe like some of the second year players, younger players, about like, what do we do? Right. So we got our rookies that we like now. You guys are all settled in with the rookies that we want to draft. What young players? How high are we taking the young players that we think have shown us that they're good? What do we do with the ones who maybe showed us that they're bad? Right. Is Jackson Smith and Jigba a waterfall? I don't know. We're going to find out. Right. Is Kyle Pitts? What do we do with those kind of guys? I think is a fun kind of next step to this conversation. So we can get that one on the book soon.
Sweet.
All right. Anything else for the folks?
Nah, I feel like we covered it in 4 hours and 5 minutes.
Wasn't sure if, anything super pressing that we didn't cover in, I think I slept. This is more hours than I slept last night. We spent talking.
Any Javon Baker thoughts?
Yeah, it is funny because I drafted a bunch. I know, but I've drafted a bunch of him and we didn't touch on him, which tells you about how disgustingly long this conversation was. Crazy. That there's still more that we could have got to. But enjoy. Use promo code LEGUP. If you stuck around for this 4 hours, the 2 of you that are still listening, promo code LEGUP for 40% off any Spike Week product, including our new 2024 NFL Best Ball Almanac, which has my rookie rankings, rookie breakdowns, and tons of other stuff. We'll be back next week, sometime soon. Hit like and subscribe, all that fun stuff. We'll see you guys next time. Peace.
Woo! Those were some spicy takes. Want to stay up to date with all of the other spicy takes we're going to have over here at Spike Week? Why don't you press that subscribe button below? You turn notifications on, we draft a team, boom, you know about it. We have another spicy take, boom, you know about it. You can be there. You can draft with us. You want to stay up to date? That's how you do it. All right, we'll catch you later next time here at Spike Week.